Alright, welcome back everyone. So, tonight we deal with the Fog of War chapter again. Because everyone loves Fog of War. Start with notification.
A new path to tread.
I know, right? I always start Fire Emblem thinking, man, if only there was more Fog of War, I would love it so much.
Being outside is so tiring. Tomorrow's gotta be just an inside day, Bernie. Whoa, why is it so cold all of a sudden? It's as if an unspeakable evil just...
Well, I guess that describes Hubert.
You're late.
No, into the light! Back to the beyond from whence you came!
Are you telling me to die?
Hubert!
In the flesh. I came to ask you something.
Oh no, what did I do? Think, Bernie, think!
There have been sightings of a sinister figure carrying a sharp object, wandering the halls at night. A strange giggle, the glimmer of a needle in the dark, the sound of a door creaking open and closed.
I was embroidering.
I suspected as much. Then you leave me no choice.
This is a very strange conversation.
What? No, I'm too young to die. I've got so much left to do. Please don't kill me!
About what I expected.
It's no good. I can't run anymore.
That was quite a sprint. A shame you lack stamina. Now to my duty.
You're going to execute me, aren't you? Please, let me compose my last will and testament. Or at least a swan song. The creak of a door. Sorrow like a needle point. Bernie's gone away.
Bernadetta, a word of caution. How would you feel if you fell or bumped into someone while carrying around that needle? Please watch where you're going in the future. How did you manage to faint while standing up? Well, I cannot simply leave her here.
Hubert, you need to work on your people skills. You ended up with Bernie and Hubert as the ending of your Black Eagle run. Oh dear.
Another fine day, alone in my room, and plenty of books to read.
Bernadetta, I have something to discuss with you.
What? I didn't do anything.
No need to be defensive. I am not angry.
Oh, you definitely are. I can tell. Just get it over with.
Whoa, that was weird. It's only just turned twice. Well, if it happens again, I might have to reset the Switch connection. But
You did not do anything wrong. Please, listen. Look, just breathe, will you?
seems like it sounds okay now.
Can't breathe. Too scared.
I see that you are struggling. Please calm down.
Easy for you to say.
I just wanted to discuss how you are always hiding in your room. It seems like something must be troubling you, for you to shut yourself away like that. If something is the matter, maybe I can help. But you need to tell me what it is first.
No, no thanks. I'm fine. See, I'm breathing out. You fixed me. Can I go?
Do you not realize that life is passing you by? Have you no desire to venture beyond this reclusive lifestyle? There is a whole world waiting for you out there. The social life of a noble is actually rather...
Just stop it. I'm not interested.
Bernadetta, this is unhealthy behavior. I beg you to take my hand. Otherwise, I will have to pick you up and carry you, and neither of us will...
What if I actually like being alone? Is that so hard to imagine? It's none of your business. Get lost!
Ah!
Oh, oh no!
Ah, ouch! I sprained my wrist.
Oh, no. Now you've done it, Bernie. Now, you're his eternal rival.
I do not wish to hurt you. Actually,
No! I'm done for! You'll be the death of me for sure!
maybe I should just come back later.
Yeah, well, every birdie C seems to start with panic attack.
Ferdinand? Our professor is wanting to see you.
Although I guess that's not uncommon, since like every Sylvain and Lorenz C was flirting pretty much. And almost every Lysithea C was her flipping out at someone.
He has much concentration right now. I will wait for him to be finished reading.
Diplomacy has an effect upon weapons development. Yes, that makes sense.
Diplomacy! Quotation marks.
Oh, Petra! How long have you been there?
A short time. You were devoting all of your attention to that book.
Forgive me, I was fully absorbed in my reading. I see you have been reading as well. Anything interesting?
I am studying the history of Fodlan.
A history book. What a keen student you are. And it's about House Hresfelg. Certainly a stimulating topic.
I am wishing to learn all about Fodlan. What is the book you are reading?
Oh, this? This relates to a little hobby of mine. The regional history of weapons development in Fodlan. Militaries have to adapt their weapons according to terrain and climate. And they have to keep up with technologies in other regions. It's very interesting.
Yes, it is interesting. I see why you would be enjoying that kind of reading.
Oh, does that excite your curiosity too? Perhaps you would care to read more about it then. This is just one of 18 volumes, and our library has the entire collection.
18 volumes. I guess if they cover the entire, what is it, 1,000-year history, 18 volumes seems about right.
I give you my gratitude. Research of weapons could be a good reference for me. Oh, please take my apologies. I was meaning to tell you that our professor is wanting to see you.
Oh, it is not like you to forget something. I suppose I ought to be going then.
Yes, it is a rarity that I forget something. But it is not impossible.
The Ferdinand is good at distraction. That's a lesson to take from that.
Petra, would you pause a moment?
Yes? Are you wanting something?
I was observing your spear work, and I wonder if you don't think your transitions are sloppy.
This coming from Linhardt?
The way you move your arm before a strong thrust hinders your movement and slows your spear on its way back. It leaves a rather large opening.
Which arm? My left or right?
I think the right... No, actually it's both. It's something about the way you move your elbows.
I am not understanding. Can you show me, please?
Demonstrate? No, I'd hate to get sweat all over my book.
But I must correct this. Please. Or are you unable to do, and you can only teach?
I am more of a theorist than a practitioner. I advise and you implement. Very simple.
Then... please advise again.
It's all quite simple. Sometimes you make a big stab downwards, right? Before that, you lift up. At that point, you sort of let the tension go and stop. It ruins the momentum of the stab.
How can I be lifting up with no unnecessary moving?
It's the arm movement that's extraneous. Calculate the locus of the spear and the elasticity of the muscles.
Locus? Elasticity? Can you not just be showing me?
Hey, Ken.
Please. If you are showing me, I will learn it with quickness.
I won't waste your time with such demonstrations. You're a smart one, Petra. You'll sort it out. Besides, I need to go now. I have a prior appointment to keep.
He's not even holding a book. Well, it only appears that way, but you see, characters often have invisible possession during these cutscenes.
Linhardt only likes talking. It is on myself to prevail.
Golden fish. Lesson plan. I think that might mean increased chances of stat-based series. I don't really know for sure. What does the Fire Festival do? Checks are enhanced. Oh, that doesn't tell me how much it enhances it by. Thanks, game. I guess there's no
You
combat
have spent
class.
quite some time in here, engaging in such idle chatter.
Guess it must be next month. For some reason I thought it was this month that there was combat class. Everyone knows books in Fire Emblem 3 S's are just invisible. This is true. Invisible, yet still weigh a pretty decent chunk.
Do you not know that we have not a moment left to waste?
What?
You must try harder from now on.
Okay, so this.
Huh? Things we can't obtain here are likely obtainable by way of the underground. Are you unfamiliar with Garreg Underground? The place is an absolute paradise for those who can't stay above ground.
Okay then.
Is someone there? What do you want?
Hey, Professor, do you happen to have any food on you? I'm starving. No matter how much I eat before I train, I'm always so hungry after. My muscles must be going through a growth spurt.
It speaks of DLC. Gasp.
The plants of Fodlan are different ones than in Brigid. And people here are unknowing of the spirits who watch over the earth and bless it. Only the goddess is known. Is that factual?
Huh. Got a lot of seeds.
If the flowers within the greenhouse are removed, they will soon wilt and wither. Is that not so, Professor?
You're bothered by the loose jacket sleeves.
I feel I can empathize with them. The flowers. Flowers that thrive, despite their environment, are truly inspiring, are they not?
Inspirational.
Actually, yeah, this jacket is impractical in pretty much every way. We even have a... No. Merchants aren't available yet either.
What? I desired fresh air. True. I have a favor to ask.
What?
Greetings, Professor. Nothing to report.
Have you talked with Catherine yet?
If the knights are the cream of the crop, she's the cream of the cream. Oh, and that relic of hers. I hear it's nothing short of amazing.
Professor!
So amazing that she can break it in one battle.
Welcome. Please come again.
Yeah, we got one piece of bait.
Yep. What do you require?
Thank you.
In the battalion, we're allowed to... Naturally, battalions lose in... If you visit...
I guess they're dying while I would technically get different
Welcome.
from vlogs, but whatever.
This one?
Thank you. Please come again.
What do you require?
Okay, let's actually battalion people up. You wish male pilots could wear a maid outfit.
Do you want to hire this battalion?
Great to meet you.
Farewell.
Having done that, we'll give Geralt's I wish they gave tanking stats, because I'd like to give it to Edelgard, but probably not the best idea when I'm trying to have her absorb hits. Guess we'll give it to Ferdinand. Still have the best hit rate with it anyway, even though, yeah, I don't want to lose that hit bonus, but Smokes Bernie.
What do you require? Do you want to hire this battalion? You can rely on us.
Either way, we're gonna buy that. It's just a matter of who is gonna hold that. Because Stride is amazing. Great. I definitely want him to have an offensive one because he adds might to it. Personal. All these E-rank ones take away magic attack. So I guess we'll have to...
Do you want to hire this battalion?
Church of Sarah.
Nice to meet you.
Feels bad, man. Similar reason where maybe she'll get.
Do you want to hire this battalion?
Sacred mode.
Leave it all.
Petra will get. Give them Saros Mercs give an extra attack. I guess the Empire Infantry has one brought instead of one full attack. I think she's more likely
Do you want to
want
hire
to
this
attack.
battalion?
We've got you covered.
Unless something's going wrong, I should really not have her
Farewell.
thinking.
Good deal.
Bride is amazing for sure.
Professor, your clothes are a bit dirty. If you don't pay attention to your hygiene, the girls won't like you. I hate when my clothes get dirty. That's one of the many reasons I find it best to train as little as possible.
Professor!
I guess I missed 20 minutes.
Since we're heading to Castle Gaspar, that means we'll be passing through Magdred Way. The road is well known for its beautiful surroundings. Depending on the time of year, it can be incredibly foggy, though. When it's like that, you can't enjoy the lovely scenery. Lucky for us, it shouldn't be too foggy while we're there. Not that we'll have time for sightseeing, anyway. What?
Oh, hello, Professor. Was there something you needed? Oh, you like horses? I like them too. They're such kind creatures.
Let's see. After Fargus lost its king, there were many rebellions. It is likely that Lord Lonato's provocations are related. How frustrating that I am too young to take the throne, rendered powerless by age. If the throne is vacant much longer, the kingdom will fall to ruin.
Hey,
Yeah, I think I said this before, but it's not like Dimitri is that young. Like, what exactly is the Ascension age? 25? 30?
Best be on your guard.
hello.
I've heard whispers about Lord Lonato. They say he's a very kind and gentle lord. Why would such a kind man suddenly raise an army? Oh, Professor, you were working late last night, weren't you? You shouldn't overdo it. A ghost might rise up from the well to get you if you stay up too late. Or so I'm told. I have a favor to ask of you.
Wait, and then just...
To be honest, I felt a bit lost here at the monastery. At a loss for what to do. Thankfully, a sweet young girl reached out and offered her help. I believe she's Sedith's little sister.
What about... Professor, have you seen Felix around? I swear, as soon as you take your eyes off him, poof, he's gone. Ah, of course he's there. Sorry for bothering you, Professor. Thanks.
Hey, Kat, thanks for the resub.
Say, I hear that Lord Lonato served the King of Fargus's older brother when he was younger. Or something like that. He already had status and prestige, so why raise a rebellion? I guess it's none of my business.
Professor, About this month's assignment, raising an army against the church? Really? Though it looks like we won't be fighting, it's still quite unsettling. My understanding is that it will all be subdued rather quickly.
Catherine has invited me to train with her. How much do you think I should train before I'm ready to train with someone that strong?
It is a noble's duty to protect the common folk, not to endanger them by rallying armies in such a feckless and improper manner. Abuse of that kind is no better than slavery. A proper noble must guard the people from such a fate, wouldn't you say? Precisely why true nobility is well respected.
Wow. I'm studying here so I can be the best there is, just like Captain Gerald. Do you think I've got it in me to be a top-tier mercenary, Professor? I'm going to work a lot harder than all the fancy nobles around here, I can tell you that.
Goodness. My central duty as a noble is to protect the common folk. I abhor those like Lord Lonato, who deliberately shatter the peace. Utterly disgraceful. You have a kind soul, Professor. Now I feel a little sheepish for showing anger and not empathy. I apologize for my impetuousness.
That took a 180 rather quickly there.
Hey, Teach, there's some minor noble rebelling in Fargus, right? He has no chance of winning. I wonder what he hopes to achieve.
Yes, I went for the self-center this time.
Huh? Are you going along to help? Sounds like an easy victory, but good luck out there.
It's interesting to see the differences in the house leaders have to say when they're on or not on the mission.
Come to think of it. Here to train? You really are as hardworking as they say. Spoken like a true hard worker.
Impressive Catherine, Her skill is impressive, I'll admit. So is her sword. But I think she's hiding something. Nobody knows anything about her past. You should spar with her. She's strong. Stronger than you are, I'd bet.
Even within the Knights of Saros, Catherine is the strongest. By a large margin from what I've gathered. Why not seek her out as a sparring partner, Professor?
Something about this situation doesn't feel right. Why would a minor lord raise an army against a foe he cannot possibly hope to defeat?
You need to get back to beating, or back to 3 houses because you're 4 chapters from beating the reds. Yeah, it's unfortunate if you're, unfortunate but understandable if you're struggling with normal. That, it affects your motivation. Random churchgoers shoving each other around. I love it.
Thank you so much for your help.
Whatever, Felix.
I have a thought. Past here is the holy mausoleum where the saints of the Church of Serra slumber.
You're on attempt 3 of chapter 5 of Maddening. Let's see. Yeah, I think Miklan's chapter is chapter 5. That one's a bit of a marathon, and kind of annoying because the enemy still has a ton of bulk relative to your units.
Sorry, but only a select few members of the church are allowed entry. It's open to the public on only one day of the year for the goddess's rite of rebirth.
Maybe Lord Lonato. He used to stay at the monastery rather frequently. He was such a pious man, a true believer. Such a terrible shame. I wonder what changed him.
I'm on the wrong side. That's...
What's going to happen to Lonato? If he's killed, I don't know how I'll live with that.
Poor Ash. Okay. Ooh, free black sand steel. Don't mind if I do.
Yeah!
Professor!
Listen. The monastery grounds are far too spread out. Feels like it takes hours to get from one area to another. And no, that's not because I'm getting lost. I'm a fully capable, mature person who never gets lost.
Uh-huh.
Hello there.
I don't think I'm gonna be able to recruit here, so I'll probably ask her for mission assistance so I can try to build up extra
Here's the story.
extra support points.
We are truly blessed with how fertile the monastery grounds are. Every day, there's something new to harvest.
Yes,
Hey, you.
kitties are very good to have.
Professor. Okay.
Say,
Professor, I feel I must speak to you about Caspar's eating habits.
She's headbutting your chest. Being a very needy kitty, I see.
I've never seen the like of it. He inhales entire plates of food in mere seconds. Hence my mentioning it to you.
Good luck with him.
Ah, today's meal was delicious. Linhardt keeps bothering me about eating too fast. Says I'm gonna choke or something. Absolutely! I knew you'd see things my way.
If you have a moment, I would like a word. It has been brought to my attention that certain individuals have been making advances toward Flame. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? If you do see anyone getting too close with Flame, please inform me of it at once.
I'm sorry, but I must vent to someone, Professor. You're familiar with Manuela's slovenly behavior, yes? That woman! She borrowed a book last week and returned it with stains of unknown origin on the cover and several pages either folded or torn. Just now, she dropped a sandwich on the floor, picked it up, and kept eating. When she saw my shock, she said simply, 3-second rule. Ugh.
Oh, that one is never gonna get old. Wait, before we do that, I think I'm gonna fish, just on the off chance we get a... Actually, no, I should probably, even if we do, I should save the speed one for next month. Before we fish, let's go talk to...
Next month is when a very important ceremony will be taking place at the monastery.
Yeah, say grilled burgers in 20-degree Fahrenheit weather while it's snowing. I mean, it's not that unusual up here for that to happen either. You'd be surprised. If you have a good enough barbecue, it won't leak heat, and will actually generally cook it alright.
Pilgrims from all corners of Fodlan have already started to gather in anticipation. I pray that you are able to nip this trouble in the bud as soon as possible.
Right, because 20 Fahrenheit isn't that cold, is it? Yeah, it's only -7 Celsius. It's usually only a problem if you're trying to barbecue at like -20 Celsius and worse. Even then, if you have a good barbecue, it might not matter.
Hey! I can't believe it. This place has so many breathtaking works of art. I feel like I'm living in a museum. Each piece can teach us about styles and techniques from 1,000 years ago. I'm from a family of merchants, so I've been able to see a lot of art, but I won't pretend to be an expert.
Of course.
Pointing a sword at the Holy Church of Seros is akin to pointing a sword at the goddess herself, meting out appropriate punishment to the sinful. It is a sacred duty with which we have been entrusted. As a member of the Church yourself, I hope that you will take that to heart.
Hey!
Blast. Those Abyssian idiots. All they ever do is cause trouble. We'd best purge the entire underbelly of Garreg Mach.
I guess that's, more DLC stuff.
Way. Did you hear? There's news of someone in the kingdom raising an army. The kingdom, the empire, the alliance. They do love a good war, don't they? Spilling the blood of young men and women. And for what? Just to enjoy the horror of it? Would you be so kind as to do me a favor?
Wait, you have to train with her? I could put it into flying, but I don't think I'm gonna go flying with this pilot. Like, more than likely I'm gonna end up in Bonite. I guess we'll put it into swords.
The glory of progress.
I simply must thank you, Professor.
Damn, yeah, it had to be from Manuel. I would have preferred it from Hanneman or Geralt, but oh well. Yeah, there's no point in putting it into Faith when I'm already in Myrmidon. I mean, I'm not doing the DLC stuff right now, but I might do it on another run once I'm done going through all the routes, so... Prefer not to be spoiled on that stuff. I mean, I know I'm not moving at the most lightning fast of paces, but you know.
Professor, I heard that you may battle alongside Catherine. Even among the knights, she is something special. A holy knight who is able to wield a hero's relic. Still, she can be a mite difficult.
Hey, you.
Castle Gaspar, eh? I've been there once before, many years ago. It was by request of the son of that family, Christoph, I think it was. I have a request. Thanks for your help.
Flowers. I don't even know what gifts the Black Eagle's like either. I don't see a lot of openings for item gifts for Edelgard. Hubert likes irony and coffee. Well, horseback riding seems a little bit obvious for Ferdinand. Justice being normal. Leonard's got the sweet tooth. Fighting, training, and vanquishing evil. Casper really is a shonen hero, isn't he? Good at ornaments and accessories. Might actually be able to make use of some of those cheap ornaments from the odds and sods shops. You hate him being like Casper? Wesker Bear, I only have one copy of that. Trying to consider which food I'm gonna cook for that racers for this chapter. Thinking it's probably gonna be defense. Dex. I guess if nothing else, we're getting money. So as soon as the blacksmith becomes nice. As soon as the blacksmith becomes available, I'm gonna go a little ham. On Bullhead. That's not a Bullhead. I guess Deef is the next best option. He went ham once the blacksmith became available. Yeah, I mean, considering how useful forged training weapons are for not losing a million attack speed, I think I'm going to be fairly aggressive about having those on anyone who is going to have any remote chance of doubling anything. On Bullhead. Yeah! Alright, so we have that as an option for next month, which is when the benchmark's gonna matter the most. Of course, I also have to be able to get other stuff in place before then, so we'll see if it actually matters. But for this week or month, I'm gonna
Sounds fun! Let me show you my cooking talent.
sure shot spam has been a thing for you. Yeah, not surprised. It was definitely a thing for me.
A little more secret spice, and hey! No peeking! Whoa.
Also, Bernie, from that perspective, Bernie seems super tiny. Like, she looks like she's 3.5 feet tall. Okay. I think we got one talk to. At least all the non-DLC stuff. She is tiny, but 3.5 feet tall tiny?
The battlefield has much to teach.
Oh right, that's a movement restriction one. What's the hit rate on that though? 'Cause that could actually be like Inquisitor for trollishness. Actually, that's pretty good for what it does. Like, I mean, I know Miasma's kind of sketch for hit rate, but usually the status effect spells get screwed over for hit rate. Do you like? Let's see. Of course. I probably should have done. I want a gift. Nice. Think I can do gifts? Actually, no, I can't do gifts yet. Because of the intro quest for is to give the set away. Forgot about that. Yeah, well, reducing it to 1 is still pretty good. I mean, obviously, we'll need to do something to get Hubert out if he's not attacking over an obstacle, but it's still something that can actually be useful. Especially considering some enemies will have between 5 and 7 movement, and we're still stuck with 4 or 5. She's 4 for 11 free time skip. Alright, that is fairly short, but it's still not 3.5 feet tall short.
I did pretty well today.
Brendan is a full bar, and then I guess we'll have to pick someone with hips. And what do I actually want to do with him? I could push the bows, just to make sure he has curve shot. I don't think there's anything else I'd rather go hard on at this point.
Never underestimate a noble. I am quite pleased. I appreciate your coaching. I am beginning to understand.
Alright, and then... yeah, even though we didn't quite make it, because we didn't get a great, his goals will push him over. Okay, so our options are Casper, Dorothy, or Winter. I feel like Winhart's doing okay because he's got a fairly good selection of magic. And Dorothy's only got the 4 thunder. And then when she's out, she's out. Unless I want her to use a training weapon with her massive 5 strength. So I guess we'll try to push her reasonable further. Or could I... yeah, because she has a weakness in faith, so it's gonna be super terrible trying to hit her it. They won't move reason along.
Everything went pretty well today. I got it? Good! You're quite the motivator, Professor. Everything went pretty well today. Everything went pretty well today. May I ask a question, Professor?
Huh? Alright, but you should probably just skip me. I don't have a question to ask. can say you just did. How would I even think of it? Let's try telling her she can talk about whatever she likes.
I guess I could do that. Thanks.
Yay.
Professor.
He wants to focus on a reason skill to excel in a management class. From focusing on reason skill. Good job, Hubert. You make enough money on your own, Anna.
Hello, Professor. May I speak with you? You seem to hold Edelgard in high esteem. That is my impression, at least. She is certainly talented. No doubt about that. But I wonder, what is your opinion of me? I am quite talented too, am I not?
Wow, Ferdinand.
Be honest. Do not hold back. Pretend that I am just a regular person, not the scion of a noble house.
I mean, at the moment, they practically are evenly matched.
Evenly matched? Me? With her? I was just being modest before. Honestly, I have always prided myself on being superior to Edelgard.
Wow, Ferdinand.
But evidently that is not your perspective. I suppose there is only one thing to do. I must demonstrate my excellence.
That's not necessary, or I can't stop you.
Nonsense! You have entirely underestimated my abilities. You think I could ignore such a slight upon my honor? Not likely. Come, Professor!
Man. So... Lorenz is obsessed with, with the social niceties of being a noble and a knight. Ferdinand is obsessed with being the best there ever was.
We will begin with battle. Edelgard's skills in combat are no match for mine. I heard that just the other day, she defeated a demonic beast without assistance.
That sounds like a rather large exaggeration.
Well, anything Edelgard can do, I can do better. And in half the time. Professor, you can be my eyewitness and timekeeper.
Alright. We'll carry you back to the infirmary when you're done.
Here we go! 2 at once? That's... well, it will be fine. I can't do it! It seems you have saved my life. Thank you, Professor.
Wait, Ferdinand, we're not at that point of the story yet. I mean, demonic beasts are a thing year-round, aren't they? It's just the weird artificial demonic beasts that show up later in the story. Apparently we can take on 2 demonic beasts ourselves. What is going on with that support? I'm actually gonna pay for Lorenzo's here, because I might want to recruit him.
We will do a beautiful job, I am sure.
Okay, let's give it a try.
It is done.
Oof, careful there, cat.
My efforts were not in vain.
Seems simple enough.
It's starting to take shape.
Oh hey, physics, yes! Just what we needed, especially for a chapter like this.
I'm getting it.
Oh. We don't have any actual battle quests. I guess we'll go hard exploring and not being able to gift people is kind of not great. Although I guess the merchants that actually sell the stuff I'd want to gift people aren't around either. And early game is kind of crappy for options. We're gonna go to the greenhouse first.
Inspirational.
Yay, golden apple. Well, I got those fish. I can probably afford to do it every day that they or every week that that event is going. Actually, wait. I guess it was only for that previous week. Oh well. I guess we'll keep doing pruning until I don't get a stat bracer this month.
Hi there.
Okay. We're gonna die. Actually, if I can do it, I want. It'll go to my Scythia. But I'm not sure if I. Maybe he was looking kind of grim for that. Man, yeah, even if I had the components for it, or for everything on the menu, nothing that Edelgard and my Scythia like. Oh, Lindhard has one with her for whatever reason. Well, Lindhard's still 3 pimps, so I guess we won't do that. Okay, so either Ilgard, Hubert, Bernie, or Petra. So we'll just do Petra and Hubert. Yeah, it seems fine.
While I have little interest in food, I will admit to a weakness for this one dish.
I would be liking that greatly.
Can we line up Lysippy and Bernie? Guess I should have checked that. It looks like we can. Actually, they both like sweets, so that really shouldn't be that much of a question.
Ooh, this is my favorite. You've got great taste. Eating delicious food really takes my worries away.
Petra, industrious as ever, I see.
Hello, Hubert. Yes, I am trying to be industrious. I must be working hard to improve my position. Right now, it is not a good one.
Even accounting for that, your efforts are impressive.
That almost smile.
I wish a little of you would rub off on certain people here. One troublesome slouch in particular.
Rub? I will not be rubbing on anyone.
Not literally. I never would have imagined you would adjust so well to life in Fodlan. When I first met you, you couldn't understand a single word of the language. You had the look of a cornered animal. So much so, I thought you'd grown up in the wild.
Wow, Hubert.
I had more youth then, and the experience was terrifying. My grandfather ordered me to go to Fodlan with suddenness. I was stolen to a strange land filled with strange people. The treatment I was receiving was like I was a strange beast.
It is unfortunate, but while you were called our guest, you were actually a hostage.
Hubert out and out admitting it. Fun with politics.
You were meant to be insurance that Brigid would not restore its alliance with Dagda and attack us. The Empire required leverage, and after all, you are the Princess of Brigid.
It gave me sadness to leave my home, but I am not unhappy that I came to the Empire. I have learned much understanding from the outside world. My experience has made me become who I am. And meeting you and Lady Edelgard has had great value for me.
I admire your spirit in the face of adversity. You set a strong example to follow. And there is much more adversity to come.
Oh, Hubert. Why do you have to follow everything that's normal with ominousness? Edelgard and Dorothy, I guess? Oh, yeah, right at the top here. Cool.
Oh, I love this meal. How did you know? I think I like this, but it's been a while, so I'm not sure.
That's a very lukewarm response. Man, and we still don't have that first support with Lycidia.
One step closer to mastery. Your instruction has been beneficial. Your instruction has been beneficial.
Okay, aside from that... It's close to a bench. Nice first class, although she's also learning bows herself. Or like as her goal. I guess we'll keep pushing for Encloser and Bernie. Two more activity points. Could push Edelgard's authority. That's gonna be real slow. Oh wait, no, she's winning. Because I swapped off of the axe. I'll let that grow on its own. I could push your spears a little harder. And I really want to get Dorothy to heal, but like... That's such a painfully bad increase, 2 points at a time. Actually, what I might want to do with her and Hubert is push authority, because like there's no good E-rank magic battalions. I think we want to get to D, just so that they can use real battalions for their class.
Everything went pretty well today. I appreciate your coaching, Professor. Everything went pretty well today.
Alright. Okay, let's push her lances so that she can have Tempest Lance. She might get there on her own, though. Just from a regular learning. She even starts with D flying. Oh, it's gonna be really easy to make her a Pegasus Knight as long as we can meet the Lance requirement. But she is gonna reach D plus bows without much trouble. So probably her, but could Edelgard or Ferdinand use it more? Probably not.
I have understanding. You are giving me praise? I will get more soon. I have understanding. Your guidance was greatly useful. I work to grow. I work to grow.
Good. Alright. Why does Ferdinand have magic investment? Yes, that was from a Hanuman seminar. Actually, you know what? I forgot why Ferdinand went to Hanuman's seminar. Because Hanuman was offering, what, reason? Reason bows, and... I don't know what else he would offer, because the Faith is from choir, like the random choir event. But... yeah, I can't actually think of what he would have wanted to go to Hanuman's seminar for. Unless he actually liked it. He wanted to do it for the bows because I changed his goals to bows. But yeah, it's because he showed up for the Hanuman seminar.
Professor!
Brody is pulling a Hubert.
Well, I had fun today. Of course, you want to see me again, yes?
His goals has bows who want to go. Makes sense. I just find it funny that it's apparently that easy to manipulate.
Of course. I'd love to, Dorothea.
Well, until we meet again. Oh, hello, Professor. Were you watching that?
Yes. Is there a problem with that?
Yes, Dorothea, because you see, we have Lorenz and Sylvain already.
Look, I know what I'm doing. My claim as a diva won't last forever, after all. I must look to the future. As a man, you may not feel so rushed about these things, but I know my beauty will eventually fade. You? Really? I never would have guessed. Anyway, I'm not just playing games with these boys. This is for my future. You have no right to object. I very much want to find a good partner here at the Academy. Someone who will take care of me for the rest of my life. Finding someone to take care of me? Of course it is. Who could ask for anything more? Anyway, I value your opinion, Professor, but I won't have you interfering with my life plans. Unless you'd like to take care of me into my old age. That'd be something, eh? How about it, Professor?
You're as shameless as Manuela. She's obviously trolling here, so let's troll her back.
I wasn't... You aren't being serious, are you? I was just teasing. Or did you really just consider spending your whole life with me? If you did, that actually makes me... It makes me happy. I had no idea you might look at me that way.
Oh dear.
You've gotten awfully quiet. You might even be blushing a bit. Have I embarrassed you? If so, I'm very, very sorry. I should be going anyway. I'll see you later, Professor.
Well, that one from trolling straight into, what?
Look, Professor! We did great!
Hey! Bernie being all enthusiastic, too.
Not a total waste.
Ooh, fire. Fire is good. Although he does already have wind. Actually, Linhardt's got a lot of really accurate magic. I like that.
Thank you.
Yes. Dorothy's top with Lorenz, or the this is for the future thing, is that's exactly what Lorenz tried to do. Right. Greenhouse first.
Inspirational.
Well, we can't get a stat booster every time. Actually, if we're gonna be doing the dining hall so much, we should probably do food so that we don't run out. I can imagine that happening rather quickly. Fever, Bernie, no Edelgard though. They do get Lysithea with it, so we can do Lysithea and Petra, which means we have to try to line up Bernie and Hubert. Oh. What? Where is... Okay, there we go. Like, where's Hubert on this at all? Does he just not like food?
While I have little interest in food, I will admit to a weakness for this one dish.
Ooh, this is my favorite. You've got great taste.
I mean, I know he says he has little interest in food here, but you gotta eat to survive, man. Hubert hates food, so he hates living? That's what it seems like. What is... I guess it's been a while since I read that tutorial. It looks like special doesn't actually cost me anything. That's cool. Come on, Lysithea, actually get C support with me or something.
I would be liking that greatly. Eating delicious food really takes my worries away.
We have one more exploration period, which we can try to get something. And everyone is more or less capped, except for, I guess, one Heretic Casper, but whatever. I guess we could start working on riding. Riding in lances.
I'm sorry. That what just now.
Might focus on riding for now, because lances can actually be raised through combat. We already talked about how Hubert is a vampire, he can just feed off the blood of others. So that's why they want Flame's blood.
B. Castle Gaspar. It was by
The glory of progress.
Your instruction has been beneficial. One step closer to mastery.
So close.
I got it right? Phew.
Yay, Deadeye!
Hope this is good for something.
Oh, the accuracy is gonna be so terrible without hit plus 20 though. Actually,
Thanks! That's reassuring.
it's still really bad with hit plus 20, but you know.
I got it? Good! I've grasped it! How lovely! You're quite the motivator, Professor. Everything went pretty well today. I got it? Good!
Last. Actually, let's push.
Professor?
You wish we talk about the plot fight that was never brought up again after Thomas revealed that he's stolen. Well, I mean, the implication was that they were using Flame's blood to turn people into demonic beasts, but it's like, how does that even work? No, and I think I still want you to pick up Reason.
It is done.
I'd never have learned this back in my room.
Ah, it's clear to me now. I will master this.
Yes, Night Dealer.
Oh, I see now.
Thoron, oh, great. We have another inaccurate spell. Earthy, please get spells that are a little more accurate. But I guess at least this one's a 3-range attack. Help making up for, yeah, between Meyer and Thoron, even though their hit rate kind of sucks, it's helping make up for the fact that I have less bows on this team for curved shot spam.
Inspirational.
Now we got some stuff. And all our higher star stuff is all flowers.
Inspirational.
What the? Extra enhance some dying with scenes for another hand. Oh, can we get lights at the end of this? Yes, we can. Cool. Ah, damn it! Now that Edelgard's at full motivation, he could be lined up with Lysithea. Linhardt's so close to full, he might as well be full in regards to that. Full annoying. And Hubert's ducking out as usual. In fact, it goes down with him. Oh, because they don't like the dish. I was looking at that, so like, why would Quad, knowing his motivation, not want to do an interhouse dinner? Well, we know we can line Bernie and Hubert up, so the question is Dorothy or Ferdinand? Oh, I said yeah, and I don't think either of them have supports with her. Yeah, they don't. Well, I feel like working on Dorothy is a little more pressing. We'll do her and Lysithea.
I think I like this, but it's been a while, so I'm not sure. Eating delicious food really takes my worries away.
There we go. That's only the C though. We're even gonna be able to get the B next month. That's gonna be... Well, I guess at least I can invite her to help out. And at least we can build support points while we're trying to get... We're getting through that battle, which means we can also work towards that B. So I guess this was a timely acquisition of the C.
While I have little interest in food, I will admit to a weakness for this one dish.
Hey, Cat. When you got the game in mid, did you... Or you got the physical copy, right? So have you actually purchased the paid DLC pass? Because I believe that's where a lot of the cosmetics are. Because like I have full access to all the stuff because I got the season pass when I download the game. You thought you did? Well, if you do have it, then I'm not sure. Not sure what could be going wrong.
Ooh, this is my favorite. You've got great taste.
Alright, Kat. Well, whenever you do head off, have a good night and hope your migraine gets better.
I'm sorry, but that just now.
Might be a little early to be working on it. Because Ferdinand and Lorenz have one together. They do, except I don't actually have the Pyramid Pike. So I guess we can't work on it yet. That's fine. We need the riding skills anyway.
That just now.
Go talk to Gerald. I could actually access Pegasus data. I wouldn't want to talk to them.
Hey, Castle Gaspa. It was by
Hubert?
Yes?
I wanted to thank you. For the other day, you know, when I fainted. Thank you for carrying me back to my room.
That was nothing. It saved me effort in the long run. Leaving you there would have just caused even more trouble.
I guess that's true. Well, thanks. There, I said it, and now I'm going.
Is this why you've been circling me like a vulture for the last several hours?
Hubert's the one being circled like a vulture. That's great.
Vulture's a bit... well, yes.
Yet you would have fled if I'd approached. It seems you will avoid me at almost any cost.
Well, that's...
You don't need to say it. I know. I'm frightening.
He sounds real proud of that.
I'm told so often.
Very proud of it.
Please don't laugh like that.
Apologies. I will be mindful not to laugh in your presence from now on.
The grin of death itself. Terrifying.
You think so?
Oh no, now you're angry too.
Hardly. I'm sorry to have frightened you.
No, you're not. It's a trick. You're lulling me into a false sense of security. I can't stand it.
She's a lost cause.
Hubert is way too proud of that. I'll teleport down and get the Lysithia conversation. Oh, that was the right direction.
Honestly, what do they all take me for? I'm fine. Perfectly and completely fine. It's hardly different from daytime. I'm not scared. Ah! Ghost! Hang on. Professor? Is that you? Oh, well, good evening! Oh, I left something in the dining hall, so I'm on my way to fetch it. But you don't need to come with me or anything like that. I'm fine on my own, really. You weren't? Oh, apologies for making an assumption. The truth is, everyone I come across asks if I'd like some company. They all seem to think I'll be scared wandering alone at night. So rude and presumptuous, you know? I'm perfectly capable of being on my own. Hey, Professor, wait! Well, I thought it might be nice to walk and talk together to the dining hall, shall we? To be abundantly clear, this has nothing to do with my non-existent fear of ghosts. Oh, you must be bored. Fantastic, then. Do you mind, filling the void with some chatter? Some find silence to be a bit unsettling after all. Okay, I confess, I am scared of ghosts. The monastery is unnerving to me at night. So, can we talk about something, please? Anything. I've noticed for quite some time now, you treat all your students equally, don't you? You've never treated me differently simply because I'm younger than the others. And I've always appreciated that. Isn't it rather obvious? I'm roughly 2 to 3 years younger than the rest of the class. Have you just not been paying close enough attention to those you teach?
Well, you see why I said to you, you're not actually in the Black Eagle class yet.
That's poor form for a professor. Oh, there! I found what I was looking for. Well, I'd better be on my way now. Good night!
Somebody goes to the monastery. Of course. This place is super haunted, don't you know? I don't know if I can sell these before. I think I can on the normal menu, but might as well sell them now. There we go. All the fish. Oh yeah, I guess I can access the storehouse for that. Cool. Alright, we need to buy some. First, I guess I need to figure out what we need to buy. Like, we need an iron sword. Or maybe not. I guess these are running a tad low. We could trade this around, give her, since she uses swords less often, give her the less durability ones. So let's get myself a training sword. We can get Edelgard a training lance. Or not a training lance, an iron lance. I might actually want to buy Casper. What's his strength? 9? I could buy him the training gauntlets, which have no weight. We'll make him a bit better at blurring stuff out without getting himself doubled and destroyed. Let's do that. Not like those are particularly expensive. Let's do an additional training bow and iron lamp. Actually, and a training lamp. Training lamps. Training lamp. I guess I forgot we had a 25 durability lance left. Oh well. We burned through these things so fast. So it's not gonna matter if I overbought a little. Who has spots of there? I guess the mages do. Mages and Casper. Let's buy 3 torches. Torches are pretty expensive at this point. I think we have a lot of money. Let's stock a couple intermediate seals in advance. Casper wouldn't hurt and before we get this started, I'm gonna go refill my drink, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Oh, you have to delete the cache and re-download it? That's bizarre. Yes, time to kill Ash's dad.
No matter how powerful our enemies may be, there is no need to worry so long as we're with Catherine, the mighty wielder of Thunderbrand.
You mean you don't know? My weapon is called Thunderbrand. It's one of the hero's relics. A long, long time ago, the goddess bestowed divine weapons upon 10 heroes, which were passed down to their descendants. It's an honor to wield, but I'm afraid there won't be any chance for that today. Our mission is to help clean up the aftermath, not to fight.
One must wonder why Lord Lonato would incite such a reckless rebellion.
It all goes back to the tragedy of Duscur.
I remember that day well. No one saw it coming. Roughly 4 years ago, the King of Fargus was murdered by the people of Duscur. I believe that about sums it up, correct?
To put it simply, yes. But there's more to that story. They had accomplices within the kingdom as well. Lord Lonato's son, Kristoff, was one of them, and so he was handed over to the church for execution. Speaking from the church's perspective, we simply passed judgment according to our doctrine in place of the kingdom, which was in complete chaos. Whatever the truth behind that incident may be, Lord Lonato has harbored resentment toward the church ever since. Well, to be more specific, his grudge isn't only against the church. It's also against the one who turned Kristoff over to them.
Report! The enemy is approaching. They can't be avoided. Their numbers are far greater than we predicted. They used the fog to slip past the Knight's perimeter.
It looks like our mission just changed, Professor. Everyone, prepare for battle!
Alright, well, time to see if Catherine YOLOs into everything and aggro's everything again. I'm still salty about the Golden Deer one, where she charged off and left a bunch of guys to run at us. Oh yeah, let's Ferdinand. He's probably gonna have to Nightkneeler Lonato in the face. I didn't ask my Cynthia to assist this. Well, I guess too late to go back now, because I ended the exploration. Oh well. We'll just have to deal with it. I think we're gonna take the south path, just so we don't have to deal with this clump up here that's really annoying. Or it only has 2 uses, because of course it does. Edelgard's actually got a pretty sizable protection. It's good because pretty much everything's getting double hurt.
With this fog, it's impossible to tell where the enemy might be, or how many of them there are. The enemy could be trying to surround us, but they shouldn't have enough soldiers to form a tight circle. Take down anyone who breaks through the fog, and let's push through!
That smell. It's fresh blood. It seems the battle has already started within the fog.
Proceed with caution. Wait for them to enter your field of view.
Yeah, definitely not going to be attempting to save these church trees. Last time I just caused a huge headache.
Put me in there.
Yay, 9 attack! And these guys have a protection of 10. Oh, amazing. Alright, there's the other Terminon, but we don't see the archer. I'm pretty sure it's like right here and here or something.
Stay focused.
I will prevail.
We can see if Thunderbrand breaks, or Catherine breaks Thunderbrand again here.
I am Ferdinand von Eyre.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and wager yes.
As you wish.
I will get the victory.
Battle.
Right about the archer.
Repent from the grave.
Well, you just use, I want to say at least 4 durability doing that. That's gonna pull a bunch of crap onto us too, isn't it? Oh, I guess it was just 3. I actually got a really good hit bonus, so I can't falter too much. At the same time, she gets a little too spammy with that. I like how Edelgard has so much defense that she only takes 4 damage from those guys. Alright. So, actually, can we... damn it. I was hoping it would let me do the resident targeting someone who's not hurt if it can hit other people who are hurt. But that doesn't look like that's the case. So rip that idea. In that case, I'm gonna spend one physic to keep this guy alive for now.
Thanks.
Because if nothing else, these guys are actually pretty good for decoys. Callous as that sounds. Cool. We're gonna do that so that Linhardt doesn't have to actually move in scary range.
Sorry.
I know there's a couple of mercenaries here too, there was. But being careful. Because they also have battalions. I don't want to get nailed by that.
You think we're just gonna do nothing while you try to kill our lord? Ah!
Oh. Whoa, he survived. He dodged. And now he's probably gonna commit suicide by ramming into the Myrmidon, enemy Myrmidon. Holy crap, these guys are actually doing some work.
Thank you.
get the third torch? Oh, when I had it, right. I guess that's fine. He doesn't have a crit chance on her, and he'll activate her Persecution Complex. Or I guess I could body walk with Edelgard and then they'll target. Yeah, let's do this for now. Until the fog lifts, I'm gonna be really nervous about Bernie going around and being damaged. Well, rip that soldier. He survived way longer than he should have. Wow, nice dodge. Catherine, what? What? Excuse me? You have many questions? So do I! What? I don't understand. This puts us in a bad situation too, since those greens pulled all that crap onto us. There's that one guy here too, I believe. Do we have enough? I think we're gonna have to try to crowd control some of this. Nice.
Back to the fray.
I can help too.
I'll show you a plan.
Thanks. Magic, huh? Catherine, I need to make sure there's nothing suspicious in this bush. Evidently. Oh hey, Edelgard gains speed. not much to be done about that. I think we've accounted for all the archers though, aside from, I think there's a fighter and an archer just hanging out like over here and they don't come out unless you piss them off. Cool. Meanwhile, Catherine YOLOing out.
Caution is needed.
Nice, strength and speed. That's exactly what she needed.
Appreciated.
Paying up a formation a bit here.
Sorry about that.
You better be sorry. But Catherine needs to be more sorry.
I will get the victory.
Catherine actually doing useful things. What is this madness? I don't want to get too close here because I think there's enemies hanging out over here that can attack anything that gets a little bit too close to the front. Restless is probably okay, if only for the reason that the one guy just suicided onto Catherine.
I won't let you anywhere near Lord Lonato!
Oh god. Well, Thatcher's soldier's probably gonna die. Actually, I wish I had hit him with that cine. Because then Brainy could have done 5 more damage. Oh well. So close too. Actually, if I'd done it sooner, then Bernie would have killed him and this church soldier would have survived. So rip that, I guess. I mean, I guess he could dodge, but the likelihood of that is pretty low. Oh no, never mind, it is 100%. Catherine just sitting there. Doo-dee-doo-dee-doo. Dorothy back because she's out of Thoron. I want to save the Myra if I can. Ayazma isn't accurate enough for me to feel comfortable letting Hubert trade blows with him. Well, the others can't do it next turn, I guess. Winheart might be able to do it with his wind magic. No, he's gonna have to... Someone's gonna have to deal damage first. Right? She got speed. That's something.
It's you. Thunderstrike Cassandra. It was your wretched zealotry that killed my son!
The only name I answer to is Catherine. Prepare to taste the blade of one who serves the goddess. Now you face a knight of Theros!
By which she means she's gonna stand there and stare angrily.
The fog is cleared. There's nothing left to hide you or the filthy Central Church from the judgment of the goddess.
Okay, so now the question is, what is Catherine gonna run out and just completely aggro onto us? 'Cause you know that's gonna happen. I guess preemptively we should try to... Damn, see, if I could have forged this training sword, I'd actually double this guy too. Well, we can get away with doing this without getting double. Poor Casper. Oh, here they come.
Repent from the grave!
Actually, I find it funny that he's willing to target Casper over Hubert. But I guess he doesn't double Hubert. We got 14 crit avoid. Hope Catherine kills that archer. Because having the two of them overlap is going to be really gross otherwise. Good. Now you fight some kids who serve the Knights of Theros. That too, yes. That could have been a better roll. Two times 0. Always the best. That crit. I was just trying to get her a chip experience, but apparently Petra was in a murderous mood.
Dangerous.
Lord Lonato doesn't deserve such sadness and anger. Now it's your turn to suffer.
Thanks, Catherine.
Lord Lonato, please don't die.
I'm sorry, but I don't believe Lord Lonato has the strength to carry on.
Ooh. Harsh. And Catherine has 10 uses of Thunder Ram left. Why is this guy? This one random fighter just has 4 less speed than the other for no reason. Holy crap, Petra is doubling stuff. I guess this guy is slower, so he's doubled by a lot of things. So. Dumpling? Yeah, that guy doesn't have a very big aggro radius. Oh! Birdie with the crest kill steal. Well, not quite the usual, but I'd say he definitely got Bernied.
Thank you.
You know, I like how I found a way to get around to her inability to get faith at a decent pace by doing this. still have both our strides too, which I think we may need after Catherine pulls all this crap onto us. Because these guys are a little scary. Mostly because of the battalions. Actually, if we can get Petra a forged training bow, she'll start doubling stuff. It won't be for very much damage, but... I mean, it'll be doubling. That's not something that's particularly usual.
Repent from the grave!
Damn it, Catherine. She's definitely breaking Thunderbrand. Like, she's at, what, 5 durability? 4? Or 6 durability. Yeah, that's gonna break. Almost for certain. Let's warm up. He's gonna run right into the middle of those guys, and we're gonna want to stride and then jump them. Okay. That's gonna cause some weirdness. The disturbance for 0 damage.
Not so fast!
Is that all?
Not so fast!
Quadruple miss. I mean, she is attacking with a 27 hit rate, but it's still hilarious. Hilariously bad. I know, right, Ken? The most exhilarating round of combat. I'm so hyped.
Well done.
So hyped that everyone's gonna stride everywhere, all day. Oops, everything she does kills it. Haha, the Edelgard dodge. Although now Catherine's just gonna murder this guy.
Where do I
start? Exactly one use left. Nice.
I'm grateful.
This winner needs the experience. I don't think we're gonna use up Even the 2 heals he has left, I'm not sure we're gonna use it up fighting these guys.
You! I will be the one to kill you, no other!
You have lost all sense of justice. You want to fight me? So be it. I'll send you to meet your goddess.
Thank you.
Oh, and then Catherine just started ignoring these guys. Because why not? Well, kind of nice. The speed's good, not getting anything else good is bad. I don't know what she's gonna do with that magic. Dorothy's also out of Thoron, so she can't really contribute to this fight. That's gonna be a little annoying. Or rather, if she does contribute, she'll have to do it at a point where we actually finish him off. Because he's gonna murder the crap out of her if we don't.
Well done.
Petra always gets more speed. I guess that's good.
I could have been sleeping this whole time.
Leonhard getting speed because reasons, I guess. We can probably burst them down very easily between Edelgard, Violet, and Bernie with Hubert support. We just need Hubert to actually land it. Also, I guess Ferdinand can probably explode him too. Assuming he can land the combat art.
Thank you.
Hey, the authority.
I'm a quick study.
Nice. Melee charge. That will actually be really useful for our gambits. Because right now our hit rate is absolute garbage. So pretty much as soon as Hubert lands Meyer, we can explode him. And we got 3 shots at it. Wait, let's move middle guard. Okay, so she can attack him from behind. One more turn.
You have been deceived by that witch! I will show you the truth!
Windows 0. Nice. Too bad I don't have Casper a bit further out. Actually, I want Springman to get the experience for shipping. No conversation with Edelgard either. I guess I'm not too surprised. I guess if any lord was to have a conversation with him, it would have to be Dimitri.
That vile woman. Kristoff, forgive me.
No strength or
I'd
speed.
see Renato meet this fate.
But we did get Deef, so that's a thing. Also magic.
Well done, everyone. Let's gather our troops and go.
Alright, that was relatively clean. There's a little bit of jank going on with Catherine running deeper into the bushes instead of helping us out with those 4 swordsmen. I don't know what was up with that. Like, that was some pretty epic AI failure there.
Damn it, it was all so pointless. I've never seen so many people utterly heartbroken.
Forcing innocent citizens to risk their lives? That man was not a noble, but a monster.
What could have pushed Lord Lenato to this point?
Everyone was a bit shaken by the militia fighting alongside our enemies.
I'm sure you know, Hubert. I'm pretty sure you know. You jerk.
If only everyone could face reality so unflinchingly. The commoners who allied themselves with Lord Lenato believed they were fighting for a just cause. It would be disrespectful to consider them simply victims when they died for what they believed in. Still, we have no choice but to eliminate those who cling to unreasonable ideas of justice.
You're still surprised Thunderbrand didn't break? I mean, it had 1 durability left. It might as well have broken. In fact, if Catherine had actually attacked one of those enemies like I expected her to, she definitely would have broken it. But she decided to kick back again that second time, which I actually appreciated that time because I wasn't facing 4 enemies.
Even if our enemies are the gods themselves, we must never lose sight of our goal.
Ominous. Could that be foreshadowing?
Is it? Such a day may come, whether you expect it or not. You should be ready. Really, I'm just like Lenato. I, too, will be the sort of ruler who's willing to risk the lives of my citizens in service of a higher cause. It's not possible to change the world without sacrifice. Dying for the greater good is not a death in vain.
Professor, I'm afraid this incident is far more serious than anticipated. I found this on Lord Lenato. It's a note that mentions a plan to assassinate Lady Rhea. We can't tell who sent it, so the source is suspect, but the content is too disturbing to ignore. We must report this to Lady Rhea right away. I hope that it's nothing.
I am glad to see that you have returned safely. The goddess is gracious with her divine protection. But it was not only her divine protection that shielded you, was it? You are just as skilled as I had hoped. I am not so sure.
You can say that, Rhea, but that was definitely a pretty team effort there. Especially when Catherine ran into the bushes after aggroing 4 swordsmen.
I heard some of the students were hesitant about fighting militia. However, we must punish any sinner who may inflict harm upon believers, even if those sinners are civilians. I pray the students learned a valuable lesson about the fate that awaits all who are foolish enough to point their blades towards the heavens.
Our real concern is what Catherine reported. The secret message that was in Lord Lenato's possession.
You mean the not-so-secret message?
It contained a deplorable plot to target the Archbishop on the day of the goddess's rite of rebirth. The plan seems unrealistic at best, but a threat is a threat. We must maintain constant vigilance. To that end, I would like for you and your students to help with security on the day of the ritual.
That is most reassuring. You have my gratitude.
The rite of rebirth is of paramount importance. It is when the Church of Seiros and its believers unite to pray for the return of the goddess. The Archbishop and I will be confined to the Goddess Tower once the ritual begins. Of course, the Knights will be on high alert as well, but there aren't enough of them to keep watch on every corner of the monastery. It is far from ideal to be forced to mobilize students, but the gravity of this situation requires that we all bend to avoid breaking.
While there is no need to fear for my safety, we cannot turn a blind eye to those who would blaspheme so heinously.
With any luck, this will all be for naught. Still, be on your guard.
Part 1. White Clouds. Blue Sea Moon. The Goddess's Rite of Rebirth. As the sun grows stronger and the nights grow ever shorter, the Blue Sea Star returns to the sky once more. Believed to be the goddess's home, her followers look to the star and commence celebrations of her rebirth. On the grounds of Garreg Mach Monastery, a grand ceremony is held in honor of this much-anticipated event. Every true follower of the Church of Seiros is sure to be in attendance.
$4,000 gold. Nice. All that eating apparently got us a much bigger allowance. Feels kind of silly. Yeah, sure, why not?
Our mission this month is to patrol and set up defenses to stop the assassination plot.
I wonder if an assassination attempt is truly the goal of our enemy.
Yes, I think so too. A barely concealed secret message trying to distract us from whatever's really going on. Sloppy, to say the least. And while everyone is out searching for a phantom assassin, they'll be free to accomplish their true goal with ease.
The monastery houses many valuable weapons. Perhaps that is their aim?
I hear the monastery has a treasure vault too. Seems like the sort of place a foe would like some alone time in.
Garreg Mach is immense, and not just above ground, but below as well. Perhaps their aim lies beneath the monastery.
It seems to me that we should search the monastery for a clue as to what the enemy might be after. Of course, we must never underestimate the need for preparedness, in case a battle should ensue.
A secret meeting, Professor? Oh, we haven't been introduced. I am Shamir.
Shamir is one of the Knights of Seiros, and this young man is...
I work for Lady Rhea, and I'm Shamir's apprentice. Oh, the name's Cyril. Yep, she's teaching me about the bow and the sword and all kinds of stuff. I've got to protect Lady Rhea, so that's why I've got to learn all I can from Shamir.
Cyril adores Rhea.
That aside, if you need anything, ask.
Great weather today. Perfect for shutting yourself inside, don't you think? Oh, you go right ahead. I'll be right here. The better the weather, the less crowded it is in here. I can't pass up having all the space to myself. I love feeling like I'm all alone in the world. Oh, that. Well, I guess I can tell you, Professor. My father's obsessed with money. He's only ever seen me as bait for a rich husband. To train me to be a good wife, he'd do things like tie me to a chair. I tried hard to do as he asked. Honestly, I did. But before I knew it, I just couldn't bring myself to leave my room anymore. I just had this overwhelming feeling of fear all the time. No matter how hard I tried, my father never thought I was good enough. After that, it was just constant scolding. He couldn't say 2 words to me without mentioning how useless I was. An unmarriageable girl.
Somebody who has a worse father than Bernie? That's pretty yikes. Although, there's a lot of pretty screwed up parents among the cast here.
My life was isolated, to say the least. I wasn't allowed to play with other kids, let alone make friends. Soon, I stopped wanting that. I was happiest alone. But even that made him mad. And when he tried to drag me outside, I kicked and screamed so much, I seriously hurt myself. He's calmed down a bit in recent years. His constant torment was replaced with complete indifference. He mostly acts like I don't exist now.
After reading the supports, you feel Bernie's the second to the one you were mentioning? Well, I guess we'll see when we get there with whichever character.
If you can believe it, I was basically kidnapped. My mother ordered an attendant to stuff me in a bag while I was sleeping. By the time I figured out what was going on, I was already here. For a while, I was sure I was going to die. But here I am. Look at me, still breathing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get you down talking like that about my past. Just forget everything I told you. There's no point in talking about myself anyway. Idiot! Oh, this is why everyone hates you, Bernie! What? No, it's not... Oh, Professor! How can you be so kind to me? I don't deserve it. I'm sorry. Please don't look at me.
Bernie needs hugs. Ooh, lots of support. Alright, before we do the supports though. Couple promotions. While we're here. Replenish the battalions. It's been a long time since I've seen a list that had more than 1 or 2 battalions that needs replenishing. Alright, Bulgar. I actually feel like, damn, I kind of want to do both fighter and soldier, but I feel like soldier will be more important, even though it would kind of suck to miss out on strength +2. Since she's doing some hardcore tanking, D +2 is gonna be pretty nice. And then of course once I make her Wyvern, reposition is gonna be pretty godlike. We're gonna go with soldier first, and we're gonna see if we can get away with doing fighter as well, but I'm not sure if that's gonna happen.
As expected.
Bernie the fighter. Improves her strength by quite a bit. Well, I guess 1 point. For some reason I thought she was gonna get 1 for class, 1 for base, but no. Alright. Also, is that... Yeah, she's getting a base value increase on D. Yikes. It looks a little weird in the fighter outfit. Oh, we got so many characters that are really close too. Ferdinand was just on the cusp, basically. I think we're gonna have access to the combat quests here. We should be able to get Petra and Ferdinand. Into a position where they can promote.
You came at just the right time, Edelgard.
Is that so?
Yes, I have a story for you. It's about a pair of nobles living about 100 years after the founding of the Adrestian Empire. One was Derek von Eyre. People called him the Warrior Prime Minister. He bravely led soldiers into battle and mowed down his enemies.
Okay.
And the other
was the Emperor of the time. She wagered the throne in a duel against Derek and won.
Why don't we do what our ancestors did and have a little duel ourselves?
Nice imitation.
That's what you were going to say. But the answer is no.
You interrupted me! The Warrior Prime Minister used a dramatic line to propose the duel, and you did not allow me to say it!
My apologies, Ferdinand.
Well, at any rate, you were correct in surmising that I was about to challenge you. But you were rather blunt in your refusal.
Ferdinand, control yourself. When will you tire of challenging me in pointless competitions?
I can quit now if you insist on it. I will not challenge you again.
You expect me to believe that?
Why do you look so surprised? Of course it is not a valid duel unless both parties are willing. Now that you have refused outright, I must come up with some other way of getting that which I seek.
I'm afraid to ask what you could possibly mean by that.
Only that I will find some other way of showing everyone that I am superior to you. Huh. I will write a handbill listing your accomplishments, alongside my own more impressive accomplishments. Copyists will produce thousands of these pamphlets and distribute them far and wide. Then everyone will know about my...
This has to stop. Perhaps I should have ended things with a duel after all.
Ferdinand is insane.
Bernadetta, why are you following me? You were following me quite conspicuously, so why attempt to hide now?
Please don't hurt me!
Calm yourself. I have no reason to harm you.
Forgive me, I beg you! I'll go straight back to my room and you'll never see me again, I swear!
Bernadetta,
Yes, Lady Edelgard.
please explain why you were following me and why you tried to hide.
You seen some call Ferdinand better Lorenz? Yeah, not really seeing that.
Is Her Highness saying she will not condemn me?
Please, speak like the human that you are. I already said no harm will come to you.
Yes, I'm sorry. Permit me to explain. Lady Edelgard, you are fearless. I look up to you as an example to follow.
And that explains it. How?
I decided to watch you from a distance, to learn from you, but your presence is, intimidating. I got more and more scared until I finally couldn't help but try to hide! Forgive me! I threw myself upon your mercy!
Honestly. Look, nobody is truly fearless. Even I have things that I'm afraid of.
What? You do?
You seem oddly overjoyed at the thought.
No, of course not! But, what in the world could possibly frighten you?
The sea. I find the pitch black of the open sea at night quite frightening. I can't swim, so if the sea were to wash me away, I fear I would never return.
The sea? I think I may have seen it once. Maybe. I didn't know you couldn't swim. That's a surprise.
Again, my shortcomings delight you. Everyone has fears as well as things they can't do. How many times must I tell you?
I really did make you angry!
Oh dear, Bernie.
Well, this is fascinating. Following this equation... Linhardt. Here again, I see. Go away, Hubert. Now is not a good time. Ah, yes. The double line becomes a helix, and its arc... No, that cannot be correct. Now is exactly the time. Lady Edelgard requests your presence. Come. The lecture is about to start. Politely inform her that my research is vastly more important than whatever it is she has to say.
Wow, Linhardt.
While your passion may be admirable, it is sadly misdirected. This matter takes priority. Return to your hobby when your duty is done. Hobby? But this research will most certainly prove useful in the future. The Empire requires you to be useful now. I should think you would want the same. You have an almost unparalleled intellect, a singular focus, and unfettered imagination. In truth, you have talents that many, including myself, will never have the privilege of possessing. Are you complimenting me, Hubert? That alone deserves to be studied. Let me finish. I haven't an ounce of respect for the cause you have chosen to waste your talents on. Which changes frequently, I might add, with no rhyme, reason, or results. Learn to apply yourself to something constructive. You may still have a bright future. That sounds suspiciously as if you're not going to leave me alone. I just want to live a life doing things that interest me. Is that so wrong? That is unacceptable, even for a nobleman. Her Highness will soon ascend the throne. She is attempting to deal with such noble privilege head-on.
You have a point, and I understand where you're coming from. But I can't do it. I can't bring myself to work for someone else.
Pathetic. Keep to your books, then. Goodbye, Linhart.
That's a interesting outlook, to say the least.
Completely unreasonable. How will I see to this?
Hubie, what are you doing here?
Hubie? Hubie. Right.
A routine matter. No cause for concern.
Ah, so it's something to do with 80 then.
And?
She really is all you ever think about, isn't she? Look, I know you're doing all this so that she'll like you, but if you go too far, she'll end up pushing you away. Maybe even hate you.
This has nothing to do with swaying Lady Edelgard's sentiments. I am simply her humble servant. I do what is in her best interest. Whether she cares for me or not is irrelevant.
It really doesn't look that way to me.
Enter Dorothy the Shipper.
I bet you'd follow any order 80 gave if you thought it would make her like you. Am I right?
Any order? What a thing to suggest. But the answer is no. I will decline any directive that I deem would not be beneficial to her.
Is that right? So, just for example, if 80 commanded you to find yourself a suitable wife, would you do it?
Yep, Dorothy the Shipper.
If it would benefit her in some way for me to marry, then yes, I would marry.
It's easy to say that now, with no bridal party in sight. But if it was the day of the wedding? Nah, I don't believe that.
I don't care what you believe. My only wish is to see Lady Edelgard fulfill her ambitions. All other matters pale in comparison.
Hubie, pale in comparison? You've seen too many operas. I don't think you understand how the world works. At all.
And I don't care what you think either. I would make any sacrifice to support Lady Edelgard. It's a shame you've never experienced such devotion.
You're right. I don't have anyone like that right now. But maybe someday I will.
Then maybe someday you'll understand. Until then, we will never see eye to eye. Now, if you will excuse me, I have much to do.
Hubie, I don't get you. Although I do find your point of view just fascinating.
Well, that was a thing.
Petra's really nice. Never yells, never says mean things about people. Maybe she'd be my friend. Oh, there she is now. Okay, Bernie, you can do this.
Bernadetta, are you needing help with something?
How did you know? Do you have eyes in the back of your head or something?
I do not have that, no.
Right. Can I ask you something? Do you want to, maybe, be friends or something? Maybe? Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't like me. I don't know what you think of me.
What I am thinking? I am thinking that you remind me of Prey.
Oh dear. This is gonna go downhill fast.
What?
Yes, like a rabbit in the tall grass. Always watching for enemies, and you flee at any sign of danger. You are quick also. I must be careful that I am not hunting Bernie when I take out my bow.
Oh, you Try not to shoot me. That's, nice.
You have similarities with prey. That is all I mean to be saying.
So you're saying you might end up hunting me?
There is no need to have concern. I will make sure my arrows are not hitting you.
That isn't comforting! Whatever I did to deserve this, forgive me!
You do not need forgiveness, but it is yours if you are wanting it.
All friendships begin with promises not to shoot one another.
Was I saying something wrong?
Petra, how are you doing? Getting used to life here?
I am settled. Everyone shows great kindness.
I'm glad to hear it. I was so surprised when you first arrived. A princess all the way from Brigid.
You have my gratitude. But please do not call me princess. You are making my cheeks blush.
There's nothing to blush about. You're every little girl's dream of what a princess should be.
What a statement.
Anyhow, I suppose it's been a long time since you've been back to Brigid, hasn't it? I hope you aren't homesick. Maybe we can cook one of your favorite dishes from back home.
I do wish for that, but there is no possibility. The ingredients are not found here.
I suppose you're right. That's probably why they don't cook the food of Brigid in the dining hall. I'm sorry. I just got to thinking about how hard it must be to live somewhere so far away from home and... No, it can't be impossible. I'll fix you a real meal of Brigid. I'll just find a recipe and similar ingredients.
Wait, Dorothea. It is the thinking that counts. But your cooking is... what is the word? Horrendous. That is what everyone is saying anyway.
Yikes.
Horrendous? Nobody's cooking can be that bad.
The thinking is enough for me. You have my biggest gratitude.
Fine, I'll do something instead of cooking for you. I just want to be sure that you feel at home here. How about a massage? That may help you loosen up.
I have no problems. My body is already able to relax.
Oh? Then perhaps I could sing you lullabies to help you sleep.
I'm not having sleeping trouble.
Just know that you never have to worry about putting me out. I like helping my friends. Well then, I must be going, but remember my offer.
Dorothea is filling my heart full.
Yeah, definitely getting weird. Alright. Objects. Tournaments. Tea. I guess we aren't gonna get the combat quests. Oh, that's annoying.
A hero's relic. However, could I know something? Still, it is heavy on my mind. The stone within the sword. A glow of red. Oh, it is nothing.
Professor. Professor, I am not understanding where the meaning is here. When and how is this expression used? I fell for it. No, that is what you say when you meet the mate of your soul. The expression is, I fell for it. Thank you, Professor. I finally have understanding. Can I ask you about another word? The one that is written here. Is something on my face? I am without much time to study. I must use my time with wisdom. Is that really what you are thinking? Or maybe you have curiosity about the mark on my face. You are already knowing that I am from Brigid. This is a mark from Brigid. It is a prayer to the forest spirits, a prayer to be protected. Hunters ask the forest spirits to have safe and bountiful hunting. There are many spirits in Brigid. I have more marks on my arms and back. They are prayers for my family's health and triumph. Are you wanting to see them? Oh, I have understanding. I have much gratitude for you, Professor. You always listen with patience. I can read and understand the language of Fodlan, but to speak it gives me difficulty. I hope I will keep having your support, and I will give you my support too, with my whole heart. I have things that I cannot fail to accomplish. Yes, we will keep walking forward.
How's that? You spend too much time roaming the monastery. If you're looking for something, try less aimless wandering. Do you even know who the enemy is? You can't know why without knowing who. It's none of my business anyway. I'm just here to take care of enemies who get too close.
Okay.
Hey there.
Hi. If you're looking for something, I probably can't help you. I still don't know what's where around here. Hey, I get hungry sometimes, like anyone else. What? Eating at night is bad for you? There's no way that's true. Wait, really?
Silly Bruni.
Maybe. It would be terrible if the greenhouse was targeted. The plants in here are incredibly valuable. This place contains the heart of Garrett Mock's 995-year history.
If eating at night is wrong, then you don't want to be right.
So many beautiful flowers, plants that can save or end lives. They are all my precious children.
Yay, premium magic herbs.
The goddess's rite of rebirth is the most significant ritual for the Church of Seros. Could it be that someone has spread these rumors of an assassination plot merely with the intention to hinder the celebration?
I mean, I can still ask Lysithea for assistance, but I don't know if she'll have dark spikes. I'm not sure I actually have the stats to lure him in without... Oh, actually, yeah, Petra has enough speed. So I could lure him in, I need to actually be able to deal enough damage though. Not sure if that's gonna happen. We'll have to see what Lysithea looks like when I ask her for help.
Professor, I hope you're well. As for me, I had a date with a splendid specimen of a knight. But now he's suddenly not in the mood to see me again. I blame all these rumors of a deathly figure showing up in town. Such an uproar must have, beyond reason, drawn his attention away from me.
What?
So, greetings, Professor. Nothing to report. The goddess's rite of rebirth is this month, right? The monastery gates will be thrown wide open on that day. I'll be working as a guide. I hope I get to guide some lovely ladies around.
Oh, gatekeeper, never change.
That's right.
Good deal. Oh.
Lady Rhea lifts the spirits of all the people of Fodlan. We cannot allow her to come to any harm.
So...
Yeah, you don't need to tell me, because... You know, honestly, if I can't get her to recruit, I'm gonna ask her just so I can build support points anyway. And even if she doesn't have dark spikes.
Oh. I've heard talk of students wandering the monastery late at night. They wouldn't happen to be from your class, would they? Please keep your students in line, Professor. Kids these days.
Setting fire to the stables to distract everyone, to cause a commotion. It is the oldest trick in the book, but I cannot shake the thought that our enemies may attempt it. I will stand guard and watch over the stable, and the knight's horses. They are truly magnificent. Please, do me a favor.
Hey there.
All this talk of assassination plots. It brings back dark memories I prefer to keep buried. I doubt there is any correlation, and yet... it is nothing. I am sorry for allowing my mind to wander. My focus should be solely on guarding the monastery right now.
Professor, I hear you have fought alongside Catherine. I would wager that her power exceeded your expectations. Had you the chance to witness her relic? Thunderbrand, glowing red.
That glow is a sure sign that her blood contains a crest that harmonizes with that hero's relic.
Let's see.
Right.
I figured it out, Professor. The enemy must be targeting Lady Rhea. They're gonna make it seem like they're going after something else, but then they're gonna go for her. Impressive, right? I'm telling you, my intuition's never wrong.
Right.
Hey, I got a favor to ask.
Sword turnaround, which actually Edelgard may be able to handle it. Maybe. Not her best rank.
Do you know what this room is? It is the church's treasure vault. I say treasure, but I do not mean silver and gold and jewels. It mostly contains weapons, artifacts, and the like. Anything that would cause too great a stir, should it be stolen? No. The church knows better than to store anything too valuable in such an accessible location.
A moment, please.
Professor?
Professor, in Bridget, assassinations are many. I have also been the targeted, back in the past. The Goddess Tower has an entrance of narrowness. That is most good. The windows are not the most good, though. A target of ease for snipers.
That reminds me. Did you know that on the last day of the rite, the monastery is open to the general public?
You really hate how stupid Casper is. Yeah.
It's kind of fun. It makes the place feel like a festival.
No classes on a festival day. I thought I'd get to spend all day relaxing in the company of some lovely ladies. But now this mess has happened. Hey, Professor. I know there's talk of an assassination attempt, but do you really think they'll do it on the day of the Rite of Rebirth?
It's weird because you like Raphael a lot and he's also kind of an idiot. Yeah, I mean... I think maybe the difference is that, like, Raphael is... Well, I mean, he's going on about strength, but... I guess he's less arrogant about it, how I'd put it.
I feel like security would be looser some other time. Is there some reason why it has to happen on that day?
Professor?
I've been in town procuring some supplies for Flame. No, but do not concern yourself for my safety. I am very much stronger than I appear. I have something to ask of you.
So sleepy. Too sleepy. I found an interesting book in the library. Got so caught up reading it, I forgot to sleep.
Yeah, Raphael doesn't pick fights like Casper does. That's kind of what I mean about the whole arrogance thing.
Interesting discovery, though. The coffins of the 4 saints in the sanctum each have their crests carved into them. I'll need to find a way down there to get a look.
Have you heard? Rumor has it that Death himself has been appearing in Garreg Mach. They say he appears every night and kidnaps folks. I wonder what happens to them.
That's so.
Something in the monastery that someone might go after? There's so much here, I couldn't possibly name just one. Even this here kitchen contains precious wares, wine bottles from centuries past and the like. I hear that stuff is fancy, but not very drinkable. I doubt anyone would go to the trouble of stealing it.
What's the matter? You're running all over creation. Ah, you don't believe Lady Rhea is the real target, do you? Even so, the Knights have their orders. We can't abandon our duty to guard Lady Rhea. The Goddess's Rite of Rebirth is an important event for the Church of Seiros. They say it's the day when the Goddess will return to walk among us. Not too likely, if you ask me. Best if you keep that to yourself.
Yeah, I'll fit it. I should check this section more often.
Hey, I was thinking... Have you heard of the War of the Eagle and Lion? It was the battle that won the kingdom its independence from the Empire. Even the Church of Seiros had no choice but to recognize the courage of Lug, the King of Lions who emerged victorious. The Church awarded him a crown and the right to govern the Fargus region, backing him in his bid to found the Holy Kingdom of Fargus. In return, Lug agreed to make the Church of Seiros the religion of his territory, and permitted them to publicly proselytize across the kingdom. In the 400 years since, the Church and the Kingdom have continued to maintain very close relations.
Let me see.
There's been talk of an attempt on Rhea's life. We've been ordered to help the Knights patrol. Could that possibly mean that Rhea isn't beloved by everyone the world over?
I don't know who's to blame for all this commotion, but it's frankly a huge inconvenience. With everyone stuck on guard duty, our study and training time has been drastically reduced. It seems there were forces opposing the Church, beyond Lord Lonato. I never thought such forces could exist in this world. I suppose that may be true.
The monks declined my offer of assistance. They said that no one from Duskur is to be trusted, especially now. Given the circumstances, I cannot fault them.
Or did you?
Professor. People die in every battle, and it can be by sword or spear or magic, but depending on who it is that died, depending on who died, it's different. I hope nothing bad happens this month.
Swap up, actually. Let's swap. Yeah, if I swap up to give her Italian with at least one protection, she can lure the Death Maiden.
Perhaps.
They'll have to actually kill him though, because something that may not happen.
Our enemy's true target. What could it be? The monastery has been around for nearly a millennium. It's only logical that there are secrets here. We'd better investigate. Would you mind asking around and seeing what you can dig up? Once you've uncovered some leads, we'll regroup. I have a favor to ask.
I bet the enemy is using this assassination nonsense just to sneak in and raid the pantry. What do you think, Professor? Oh, I'm right, all right. My animal instinct is telling me that the enemy is after our best meats.
Alright.
Lord Lenato's rebellion may have been quelled, but the unrest in Fargus isn't dying down anytime soon. The Boar Prince should hurry up and claim the throne, rather than letting old customs hold him back.
You're skilled. Why won't you battle me? You're skilled.
Faculty training. Oh, that's DLC, so...
Well... Oh wow.
About 20 or so years ago, there was a big fire in Garreg Mach. On that day, Captain Geralt went missing. Everyone thought he was dead. It never occurred to me that he might actually have survived. The truly strange part is that in all those years, he hasn't changed a bit.
I mean, even if it's free update stuff, it's still technically downloaded content.
Here's a thought. With the whole monastery preparing for the goddess's rite of rebirth this month, it feels like everyone's a little on edge.
Hello there.
May I sit?
I can't stop thinking about Lenato. I'm sorry, Professor. I know this isn't the time, but I just can't get past it. Thank you. No matter what happens, I promise you I'll do my part.
Professor, I am afraid I have acted a bit childishly toward my brother recently. Given the circumstances, I requested that he provide me with some candies. Silly of me, really. The timing was improper, and I regret it very much now. Oh, but more importantly, this place is off limits, Professor. It is only open to the public on the day of the goddess's rite of rebirth.
Here's an idea. On the day of the rite, the monastery will be open to the public, including the Holy Mausoleum. The Holy Mausoleum is where the tomb of the divine Saros lies. There she slumbers, eternally. That's pretty much all that's in there. Just an ancient coffin. It's sealed with a powerful magic to protect against would-be grave robbers.
Professor.
I have a thought. Have you visited the Goddess Tower? It's a sacred place used for rituals and the like. In general, students aren't allowed entry. But as you'd expect, that rule just excites their curiosity. Some have even tried sneaking in. Well, at least for this month, that kind of behavior is totally unthinkable. We have a lot more security, what with the Goddess's Rite of Rebirth coming up.
Impossible.
That reminds... People seem to think that all the Knights of Saros are equal, but that isn't quite so. There are many distinguishing ranks within the Order. For example, there are squires who are training to become knights, as well as full knights, like myself. Oh, and then we have the Holy Knights, such as Catherine. Those are the knights that can wield a hero's relic.
Listen, the goddess's home is in the sky. She lives on a bright and shining star. But in the spring, you can't see that star. That means she can't protect Fordland. That's why we all celebrate the day when her star returns to the sky. That's the day of the Rite of Rebirth. See? See? I've been studying. I know just about everything.
Good job, kid.
Okay.
Listen.
Hey, you.
Speaking of, can you imagine the Archbishop being murdered? I prefer not to consider such a gruesome scenario. Awfully calm, aren't you? I wonder what it takes to rile you up.
Really? Professor.
Speaking of Professor Yuritsa seems very familiar to me. But I don't recognize his name. I guess the resemblance could be coincidental.
Let's see.
What?
Well done. You have my thanks.
Okay?
The goddess's rite of... Could it be that... How kind of you.
I will have to repay you sometime. Well?
And the tournament. I don't think I have. Yeah, I have no bait with which to go for the large fish, so I'll just have to make do.
I was thinking.
Let's see. Excuse me, Professor? I just wanted to let you know that Lady Rhea is always real concerned with you. She expects great things, I think. Please don't let her down, okay? I hope you're not just saying that.
There's one more I need. I mean, full sizable experience based.
That boy who assists the Archbishop. Cyril, I believe? I hear he's originally from a foreign land to the east called Almyra. I know he's still only a child, but I do wonder about his true intentions.
That's so.
There are numerous books in this library that you cannot find anywhere else. But once you are here, you can read them easily enough. I doubt someone would go to the trouble of stealing one. Sometimes Seteth will dispose of books that are deemed inappropriate for the monastery, but that's about it. In a way, I suppose that makes those particular volumes more valuable, right?
Well... Hey, did you hear? A knight wielding a scythe is roaming around town at night. If he's a villain, I'd like to get the measure of him.
Well, another timeline you face tanked him. Does that count?
Hey, you!
Unbelievable. What a terrifying story. However, an assassination attempt on Lady Rhea is doomed to fail. Pardon? You think the goal may be different than simple assassination? Intriguing. I suppose the priceless objects in this room could perhaps draw thieves. However, there's no one but me who could make use of them.
Well...
You'd best keep your distance. In this nervous state, I might just cut you down. Oh, come on, I'm only kidding.
Like, cut me down with that one durability thunder ram.
Might you have come looking for me because you were worried about my safety? I'm quite all right, but your concern means a great deal.
I knew I could count on you. There's a place that the church values above all others. On the day of the rite, it will be open to the public. That will make it much easier than usual to access. Precisely. We can't know for certain, but it's a distinct possibility that the Holy Mausoleum is our enemy's target.
Professor.
Professor. I was thinking.
Hey!
That's so.
Since we don't have any combat quests, we do have 2 more periods of exploration. I may get a little aggressive trying to recruit Lysithea. I think we're gonna do the turn for sure. I think I might split the stat booster kicking off onto another session. Probably next week. Well, I guess it kind of doesn't matter, just as long as we do that in the tournament before. Alright, so I'm gonna go refill my drink, and then I think we might do the tournament first. And then we'll do recruitment drive things. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's start with the tournament. This might be a little rough, but I don't think Petra is going to be able to do it. Her stats are pretty... well... she's definitely faster, but she's a lot less durable and not nearly as strong as Edelgard. Kinda doing 2 damage, alright.
Witness my power.
He looks pretty good as a soldier.
Witness my power. Failure is not an option. Now you know your limits. Witness my power.
Edelgard destroyed these guys.
I'm glad I asked you.
Cool. Alright. Alright, good night, Edmund. Thanks for watching. Have a good sleep. Luck will determine whether it's delicious or disastrous? I just glazed over her for some reason. Is there any... I don't think there's anyone that's gonna be a better lineup for Wysithia, so... Guess we do... sympathy, I guess.
Delicious! After a scrumptious meal like that, I feel that I can really seize the day.
Eating delicious food really takes my worries away.
Everyone else is still there. Right. Okay, well maybe I could, I could do the stat base here now then.
Sounds fun! Let me show you my cooking talent. A little more secret spice, and... Hey! No peeking!
Yeah, I'm so close.
I don't know who's to blame for all this commotion, but it's... For me? I love it! For me? I love it! For me? I love it!
I have no idea if there's actually a cap on how much you can get per session though.
I don't know who's to blame for all this. Perhaps.
Not able to make it. Huh.
I don't know who's to blame.
Tried rushing him with Lysithea would be possible. I would put her right in the middle of two enemy mages, which would not be good. Also was considering... I guess I'll just use it to improve with... Guard, I guess.
I did not expect much from the dining hall, but this does not disappoint.
Oh, I love this meal. How did you know?
Give her the hermit bear stuff. Oh yeah, she does like animals to see. Stuffed animals.
Blast.
I don't know who's to blame. For me? I love it! I don't know who's to blame for...
I don't think I have any lost items for her. Yeah, none of these are hers.
I don't know who's to blame.
Like, I could empty my gift inventory, but I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if there's a cap, so I might try to divide it up for the sessions. We'll help everyone who's training Lance.
Nothing worth celebrating. Praise isn't necessary, really. I'm getting closer. Nothing.
You have my thanks for your support.
I almost have too many activity points at this point.
I got it? Good! You're quite the motivator, Professor. I appreciate...
Tell me something. I'm not sure about that.
Teacher.
Oh yeah, Ferdinand. Who's gonna be randomly chosen? Bernie and
Our voices
Edelgard.
are all over the place. We must learn to work together in harmony.
They won't notice if one person doesn't sing, will they?
Nice while it's tea ready.
I am honored that you invited me. You know about my favorite tea. I am moved. I am ever so grateful. Have some, Professor. Right.
Herbal snacks or monastery mist. Man, your research sounds like Hanneman's thing.
Lively places are my favorite. I like the monastery because there are always so many people bustling about.
Yay!
That tea was very delicious. Please take care, Professor.
No charm increase though. Rip.
We will do a beautiful job, I am sure.
Okay, let's give it a try. Look, Professor, we did great!
I will master this.
My efforts were not in vain.
Seems simple enough.
I'm getting it.
I'm a quick study. I work to grow.
Yes, we'll do it now.
Bernadetta, if you have a moment, I would like to discuss what happened before.
My nemesis! The hour of fate arrives. Help!
I am not here to hurt you. You need not even open the door. Just listen to me.
I don't have to open the door? Is this a truce? Okay, I like truces.
Thank you. I would like to apologize for sticking my nose into your business the way I did. I thought you might be unhappy all cooped up in there, and that maybe I could help. But I've had time to reflect on what you said, and I realize I was mistaken.
Oh, thanks for caring, but I'm fine actually.
I see that. I suppose that is what I'm trying to say. I should not have pushed you to do something that you did not wish to do. And for me to frighten you like that? That was unbecoming conduct for a noble.
Maybe a little bit.
Frankly, I am embarrassed by my behavior. I disgraced myself. As for my injury, you need not feel guilty or afraid. The sprain was a result of my own thoughtlessness, not anything you did. I have always strived to be a good person, but I suppose all that striving was for nothing. I have failed in my duty as a noble.
Ferdinand?
Yes, Bernadetta?
I don't really know much about this sort of thing, but you shouldn't say things like that about yourself. It wasn't all your fault, you know. I'm to blame too. I hurt you, and I'm sorry.
Really, it is fine. It healed quickly.
And it wasn't for nothing either.
I am not so sure.
I do like my time alone. Actually, it's more of a need. But you're right. I also need to venture out every once in a while. Maybe if I work as hard as you do, I can try it a little more.
Yes, keep working at it. You are already much more outgoing than you used to be.
When I mess up, or even when it's just a bad day, it's hard for me to step outside. I'm too scared. But the next day,
I try again, because I know that one mistake doesn't ruin everything. So you're still... I mean, just because you... That doesn't mean... I don't know how to put it, but that's how it is. So, the end.
What a graceful end to the conversation.
Hey! Come on, that was serious! At least I got you to laugh.
That was surprisingly cute. Alright, let's try to get this to work out. Before I do that, got the greenest.
Maybe. I would be liking that greatly. Eating delicious food really takes my worries away.
And no one else in the house actually likes the cabbage and herrings too. What the heck?
While I have little interest in food, I will admit to a weakness for this one dish.
I think I like this, but it's been a while, so I'm not sure.
Oh, I love this meal. How did you know?
Ooh, this is my favorite. You've got great taste. I don't know who's to blame.
Yep, gonna try tea.
Perhaps.
Nope, not available again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, we got Edelgard. Oh, we did get the bee with ice at the end. Hooray! Let's teleport to the stables and see where they appear. One south of us. I guess we'll do the one south of us and then teleport again. See if where the other one spawns.
Professor. Professor, thank you for helping me with my training. I'd love to do this again if possible. Your advice is always so useful. Everyone thinks you're a wonderful teacher. You account for people's weaknesses while capitalizing on their strengths. Initially, I wasn't sure you paid too much attention to your students. Clearly, I was wrong. After all, were that the case, you wouldn't be capable of providing such useful feedback. I'll continue to learn and grow from your instruction, Professor. I just know it. You think I'm determined? Professor, thank you. You're the only one who's ever praised me like that. I mean, people are always telling me I've got a knack for magic. If you can call the power of my crests a knack, they aren't wrong per se. Though bearing 2 crests isn't a gift I ever asked for. Anyhow, I've made a point to work harder than most and not rely too heavily on the power they bestow. So I find it frustrating that the only praise I seem to receive is directly related to that power. If you've noticed how hard I work, then well, it makes me very happy. Well, you see, it is because I am the only child of House Ordelia. I must do all I can for my family name. I'm determined to someday be of real value to them, and that day must come soon. I can't waste any time. I don't have much of it left. Anyway, I should be going. Thank you again for your help.
It's not spawning. It's supposed to be a time-locked one, then. Yeah, it is. Wow, the C support is time-locked with Edelgard. Nice. Alright. This is slightly experimental.
I don't know who's to blame for all this. Yes? I'm actually very busy right now. If you're here to ask a favor... I don't know who's to blame for...
Alright. Let's see, I think we've... Yeah, we're maxed out again. We're gonna go... Right. I think we only need D riding. Double check. Yeah, so I'll do... Riding training with Hanneman, and then we'll do lance training with Charles.
Beyond belief, pardon, intriguing.
I still have much to learn.
What's the matter? You're running. Even so, the goddess, they said not to.
He's all in there. Flattery will get you nowhere.
You...
I'm improving, thanks to you. I still have much to learn. Nothing worth celebrating. Praise isn't necessary, really. I still have much to learn.
Yes, we do, Dorothy.
Good! You're quite the motivator, Professor. I got it? Good!
Holy
I
crap.
got it? Good! Professor?
Hooray!
Yes? Can I help you? I bet you've come to invite me to your class. What with my stupendous grades and all. I would actually enjoy being in your class. Quite a lot. This was a successful interaction, I must say. Please provide me with all the most challenging assignments. I want to be well equipped for the future.
Amazing, no?
I'm a quick study. I'm closing in on expertise.
I've got a grasp on this.
Yeah, she's not reason B. So, no dark spikes for us. Luna's only gonna do 16 damage. I don't think we're taking him out. Yeah, all that work for, well... I mean, not nothing, but... definitely a little disappointing. But, I mean, it's not the end of the world, and we'll have her for, subsequent Death Knight killing, so there's that. Yeah, she has heal, because she has a faith rank, due to being, I guess, monk?
Leave it all to us.
So I guess we're gonna have to play or around him instead. I don't think... like, we could lure him in, but I don't think we have enough damage. Like, our gambits are gonna maybe do 10. And then Lysithea would do, at best, 18 with Luna. Ferdinand would do more damage, actually. Still not nearly enough. Because it'd be 3 plus 5 is 8. 18 is 26. 57. Yeah, that'd only be 19 damage. Barely more than Luna. Yeah, well, more than her magic stat, because the Empire Magic Core is gonna give her +2, and then Luna itself has 1 might. So that's 18 total, which is still not great. Like, it's definitely not enough to kill him. There's no possible way we can do 31 damage in Gambits. That's not happening. am I forgetting the green hat? Well, there's two there, just real tiny recipes, aren't they? I guess my main concern is lining Hubert up with someone. Oh, I guess that was easy.
While I have little interest in food, I will admit to a weakness for this one dish.
I would be liking that greatly.
Oh, I love this meal. How did you know?
Eating delicious food really takes my worries away. Ooh, this is my favorite. You've got great taste.
I think I like this, but it's been a while, so I'm not sure.
You'll have a chat with Shamir, Geralt.
How's that?
Actually, I should have done
spend too much
Geralt in the dining hall. Oh well.
Practice yields results.
What's the matter? Even so, the goddess, they said not to.
It's peaceful here. Flowers are so calming. Just looking at these, it's like all the terrible parts of the day just disappear. If only people could be more like flowers.
What's Byrne doing? She looks like there's something wrong.
All these nobles are just terrifying. And the commoners? Just look at Dorothea. So pretty, popular, dazzling. There's no way someone like me could ever be close with someone like that.
Byrne, are you okay?
Dorothea! Did you hear all that?
Just the part about you wishing you could get along with someone. So, Byrne, who have you got a crush on? Seriously now, you have to tell me. Who are they? Do I know them? I'm so excited for you, Byrne.
No. I was actually thinking about being friends with you.
Me? I thought we already were friends.
That's not what I mean. Oh, I'm such a coward. I thought it would be great if we could be closer. But old memories just get in the way for me.
Byrne, whatever happened in the past, you know you have my full support. I'm here for you. I thought we'd already been friends for a long time now. Please.
Just forget it. We'll never be close friends. Father would just... He would just... No!
Wait, Father? What did she mean by that?
It means she has the world's worst dad. That one's not time on. Oh, she's hanging out all the way up there.
That reminds me.
Second worst. Well, we'll see when I get there.
Professor, Oh, don't worry. It's nothing. Actually, could we talk for a bit? Somewhere a little more private? I'm just gonna come right out and say it. I find you a little difficult to be around. I know. I'm your student and you're just trying to watch out for me. But the way you look at me sometimes, it's like you're seeing right through me. Don't worry. I know you don't mean anything bad by it. I'm just too self-conscious, I guess. The thing is, I don't have anything to call my own. No land, no birthright, no fortune. Little knowledge or battle skill. I think that's why I always clung to my popularity as a diva. Even after leaving the stage behind, I sort of kept up the act. When I look at you, it's like your eyes are accusing me. Telling me that you see right through it.
Violet does happen to have a soulless, emotionless gaze. Yeah. Kinda.
That's what I mean when I say it's difficult being around you. Hey, this might be nuts, but maybe you could show me some kind of weakness of yours?
Excuse me, or I have no weaknesses.
You know my biggest fear. If I know one of yours, maybe I'll feel less, I don't know, vulnerable. Excellent. Well then, don't mind me. You know, Professor, I never hear any gossip about you. Of a romantic nature, I mean. Would I be right in assuming you're not very experienced with romance? Maybe we should find out somehow.
Earthy, this is crossing a line.
Professor? What's with you? Why aren't you reacting to anything I'm doing? Oh, come on. Is your heart even beating? You're making me lose my confidence.
It's all about that. Actually, my heart isn't beating.
Don't be so silly. Huh? It really isn't beating? Is what I'd say if I were more gullible. You're just fooling around, Professor. I'm not sure how you did it, but that was a good one. Hi there!
Oh boy. Alright. I guess we'll go do the fight. I don't have a almond blend.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I make you wait? I ran as fast as I could. Thanks. It's so relaxing. Oh? Blast.
Really?
Right. You think? Blast.
That Monastery of Mysteries was one of his good choices. I was wrong.
Ah, I'm afraid I've stayed too long. Thanks for the tea. Let's plan to do this again sometime.
I want to try. There we go. Not sure if the iron gauntlets are even gonna be useful for him. We'll try. I might have to do what I did with Wrath for Casper and give him healing training so that he can actually climb out of level 1. Thought I set aside 5 save slots for it, but I was only using 4.
The goddess's rite of rebirth is about to begin. Are we going to move forward with our plan?
I believe so. How confident are you in our theory, Professor?
No one's intuition is perfect. It's ridiculous not to have doubts.
All that matters is how our enemy makes their move, not how our teacher feels about the plan.
You seem a mite too relaxed for my liking. The goddess's rite of rebirth is about to begin. While we are in the goddess tower, we are relying on you to secure the locations that are lacking in defense.
May I let you in on something, Professor? My brother can be a bit callous. He told me that he was concerned about you, and hinted that perhaps you would be better off patrolling a coffin.
That was said in jest, Flame, and in confidence. Please just remain by my side and do not cause any more trouble. As a professor, you would do well to remember that it is your duty to guide your students down the path of righteousness.
Please excuse us, everyone. We shall see you again after the ceremony has concluded.
A coffin. How fascinating.
Hurry, Professor. We must find a place to hide where we can guard the stairs to the Holy Mausoleum. If the enemy moves as predicted, we should be able to cut off their escape path and capture every last one of them.
Welcome.
It doesn't look like we unlocked anything extra by getting those professor ranks.
Come back soon.
But it'd be nice to get some of the higher rank stuff, but apparently it's just not gonna be the case. So yeah, we're definitely not getting through this. I guess it'd be 28 and not 31 damage we need to do through gamuts, but it's still a ludicrous amount to try to get through the commander gamut damage reduction, so I think our only option is really to avoid him.
Welcome. Is that the one? Is that the one? Thanks a bunch. Come back.
Also, Lysithia coming in at level 7 when everyone else is so under level. So I guess if I gave her the magic herb, she'd do 19 after the after bypassing his res, which still leave us needing to do 27 through gamuts, which is definitely still not happening. Some really awkward positioning too. I wonder if I should... I'll have Bernie take the hit here from that archer, because then we can set up a persecution complex. She should have... yeah. 14 is enough to avoid being crit. Man. Playing around him being able to reach these wings though is really annoying.
We were right. Unwanted guests have come to visit.
Those Central Church dastards have spotted us. Buy me some time while I open the seal on the casket.
I'm on it.
Our enemy appears to be after the tomb of Saint Seros in the back. Are they attempting to steal her bones? It would be best to defeat them before they achieve their aim. Look closely. There are contraptions of some sort on the floor. We must pay attention to our enemy's weapons and advance while attacking them from advantageous positions.
I will get the victory.
Put me in there.
Oh no.
Stay focused. As you wish.
That's my cue.
I will prevail.
I am Ferdinand von Eyre.
Leave it to me.
Death Knight, prove your strength and scatter these fools.
I don't take commands, or waste my time on weaklings.
That knight is a powerful enemy. Let's do all we can to avoid him.
Saw it coming.
Man, that sucks. Of course, Bernie avoided getting hit by that.
Witness my power! That won't do it all.
Wow, Edelgard's gaining a lot of speed. is very odd.
Caution is needed.
Oops, I guess I should have replenished her bow.
Another skill mastered. Training gauntlet kill.
Now I can do so much better.
Well, it's actually a pretty good level.
I thank you. I will get the victory.
We actually have 11 prot, which 5 damage and 12 damage plus poison strike. Which should be 8. Yeah, as long as we get a heal, we'll be fine.
Much needed.
I'm gonna put Hubert here, so he'll get hit by the stride. Nice. We might be able to do this needing to use the stride up.
No use.
You fought well.
Your defeat was inevitable.
Reinforcements haven't arrived? If they approach from behind, we can attack them from both sides.
Oops, sorry that I missed you leaving, Ken, if you're still lingering at all. Thanks for watching and have a good sleep.
It's dangerous.
Should I have held back?
You should be honored. The noble standard.
Well, I guess that effectively gives him an extra attack speed. Yay for hitting benchmarks.
Appreciated.
Well done.
I feel like we're gonna want to stride past these guys. Nice, we
We
finally
must
got
all do
speed
our
again.
part.
Anywhere I can hide.
Nice.
Whoa, did I get stronger?
I feel like we really have to get to the... It might be time to stride.
Thank you.
This is more a matter of just making sure we have coverage on them.
I've really made this my own.
Well, how was that? That won't do it all.
It'll get. What you doing? At least I know these guys have really weird AI that just goes down the center. And Birdie is doing so much work here. 16 damage on a curve shot is gross.
Much needed.
One more success.
Tempest Lance too good.
Stick to me!
Ah, Hubers.
You see that?
Right, these guys have really scary attack speed. all the people would be fast enough or resilient enough. Can't quite reach. I mean, it's not like we're not moving fast either. At least as far as our units with 4 movement go.
Each battle, a chance to grow.
When you're punching the enemy healer for 1 damage with Iron Golems.
Pretty good, don't you think?
Yeah, could use some strength, Casper. She probably has too much fraud. You guys probably gonna try to gambit me. I'm probably just gonna have to deal with it, I guess. I can't keep waiting 1 extra turn to move. Especially with these guys encouraging. 1 prot. That's kind of enough. Brittany would still do a ton of damage.
Oh no.
Let's go.
Nice. He's a little closer than I thought. I can't afford to get hit by both those.
This might be my limit. That helps.
Full +2 hit. Only get a.
The mark of nobility.
So now they're far enough away we can firing squad them a bit. I don't have anyone who can safely beat a mage here. Well, I guess that's not entirely true. Edelgard would be able to do it. It'd take a lot of damage, but she'd be able to do it.
Witness Bridget Pride. Disappointing, but I will not misplace my heart. Apologies.
Leave it to me.
Okay, that works.
as expected.
Think this through. A great help. I will prevail.
You should be honored. The noble standard.
Appreciated.
Helps to have a lot of healing in the group.
I thought I was dead.
Alright.
Caution is needed.
That was kinda gross.
Well done.
Not a total waste.
You'll be repaid.
Yeah, go Casper, doing 1 damage on the counter attack.
You are nothing.
Ferdinand's really gonna have to do something about that feed.
What a thrill!
Aha! I'm getting it!
Damn, I don't think he's actually gonna heal to hill 5. He's just short.
appreciated.
He's just a little short. I guess we can kill the other guys and leave this monk alive for him to poke once or twice.
I will get the victory.
Nice dodge, jeez. Okay. I guess we can deal with that.
You should be honored.
Time to set my aims even higher.
You're too late. The seal will be broken any minute now.
Wow, nice 88 miss.
Now you know your limits.
I owe you one.
So much experience from that. Yes.
This hard work does pay off.
Birdie Death Machine Bros.
I think I got it.
One step before the next step.
I still have a long way to go.
What kind of level is that, Hubert? What the heck?
step at a time.
How is Edelgard so fast?
The mark of nobility. The noble standard.
Well, starting to fix his defense.
It's still raring to go.
We don't do enough damage to kill him with Wind Hurt. That should still get to level 5? No, I guess not. Lame. I'm gonna lay off that right now just because she has a good chance.
Victory. It's simple logic.
Put me in there.
Should be pretty secure. We just move Citra into attack range, I guess. Shot already coming in handy on Freddy. Sure we don't get too sloppy there.
No obstacle will stand.
It could get rough.
Yeah! A great help. It's not completely surprising.
Leave it to me.
Hardly worth my time.
Man, I fully exhausted her spells and she's not even level 4. Poor Dorothy.
Can't get ahead of myself.
Well done.
Yeah, pull this last guy. Finish the boss off. We might poke this guy too, depending on how quickly we can kill this guy without Edelgard, but I don't really want to push my luck too much. Because Bernie does not have 100% hit rate here. Yeah, this is gonna be the last turn where wait, just in case Bernie misses.
I'm getting closer.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Nice.
I have to try harder.
Well, how was that?
He hasn't even quit D authority yet. I guess we can fix that up in tutoring. Yeah, and even if Ferdinand had crit there, he wouldn't have actually killed. Alright, I guess that's enough digging around.
Whoa, did I get stronger?
Frank is good.
You didn't give it your all.
And we're level 10. Good.
I'm not setting a very good example.
Well, we got D, but come on, we need some speed here.
It's no use. A seal is broken. You can't... Huh? What?
Very clean cut. Didn't even slice through his robes.
That sword is... I see. What a pleasant surprise.
He got away. That sword. Why is it...
That's the sword that was in the casket. Seems to be shimmering, almost as though...
Is the intruder here? Oh, looks like you have this under control. You, round up any stragglers.
Will do.
Rounded up the single wounded healer that they have left. Well, we didn't get to kill the Death Knight, but still turned out alright.
As all of you have committed a breach of faith, the Archbishop will now pass judgment.
Inciting a kingdom noble to rebel. Unlawful entry. The attempted assassination of the Archbishop. An attack on the Holy Mausoleum. It is unnecessary to go on, followers of the Western Church.
What? We have nothing to do with the Western Church.
You have already been identified. Please spare us your second-rate theater.
Dishonoring a holy ceremony is worthy of death for a member of the Church. You are well past the hope of redemption. If you have any grace remaining, you will willingly offer your life as atonement for this crime.
No! This isn't what we were told would happen! We've been deceived!
It's no use arguing. Whatever your excuse, the punishment stands. May your souls find peace as they return to the Goddess.
Wait! Please! The Goddess would never forgive you for our execution!
Monster, We know you've already slaughtered many of our fellow brethren like this.
This concludes the investigation. Please remove these poor lost souls from my sight.
That's that, I suppose. The assassination attempt, the attack on the Holy Mausoleum. It was all the Western Church's doing. That masked knight who led the attack somehow managed to disappear without a trace.
The Church of Seros clearly isn't as unified as it would hope to appear. It seems the bishop of the Western Church was always opposed to the church being ruled centrally from Garreg Mach. Perhaps they hope to remove the archbishop in order to completely strip the central church of its authority.
Ah, that's right. Geralt mentioned that you were raised without any exposure to the church. In order to function more efficiently, the Church of Seros is split into several smaller entities. The Central Church is the largest, and leads the organization from Garreg Mach.
The Western Church extends from Castle Gaspar, where Lord Lenato rebelled, into the far west. They can be found just beyond the most renowned stronghold of the kingdom, the fortress city of Aryan Road.
It seems the Knights have been tasked with subduing the leaders of the Western Church. We may be given the opportunity to help them with their mission.
To think, our own professor was born in Fodlan, and yet knew nothing of the church. I never imagined explaining something so basic to an instructor of mine. You're something of a special case, are you not?
How strange that the Archbishop would ask someone like that to lead her students. There's clearly more to that decision than we know.
Lady Rhea is pretty scary sometimes. But to execute that whole group, just like that? It seems harsh, even for her.
If one of us does something bad, I wonder what she would do to us!
Professor, do you agree with the Archbishop's actions?
There you are, Professor. It seems Lady Rhea would like a word with you. Come with me.
The Archbishop lives.
I forgot this section is a little bit long, but I do want to get to the calendar before we call it quits.
Not that I had ever placed much faith in those swine from the Western Church.
I have news, both good and bad. The remains of Seros were not in a tomb. However, something else was. The Sword of the Creator.
Ah, the weapon wielded by that thief, the King of Liberation.
Thief? Huh. At any rate, it is now in the hands of the Academy's new professor. I doubt you will be surprised to hear that the crest stone had already been removed from the sword when it was found.
As expected. It would be foolish to keep both in the same location.
There's more. The professor was able to awaken the sword's true power. Even without the crest stone, the sword glowed red. The professor's crest is compatible. There is no mistaking it.
Absurd. Using a relic without its crest stone should be impossible. The King of Liberation's bloodline should not even...
They must be allowed to keep it, for now. I do not have enough information about the professor to act. As for your request, I assent. The Death Knight is at your command. Use him well.
Good. I believe I will enjoy this a great deal.
Yeah, there's a scene with this guy, and then he never even does anything.
I cannot thank you enough for defeating those invaders in the Holy Mausoleum, and especially for protecting the Sword of the Creator. That sword is one of the hero's relics, and the most precious artifact in the Church's possession.
It is also a weapon of terrifying power. For now, I will entrust the sword to you. Please, use it wisely.
Lady Rhea, wait! Do you truly mean to give the sword of the Creator to this stranger? Surely it is not the sort of thing one hands over so readily, even to someone who has the ability to wield it. If someone like Nemesis were to appear again, all of Vodland would be consumed by war. Nemesis, the King of Liberation. He is an ancient king of mankind who was defeated by Seiros over 1,000 years ago. When Vodland was attacked by wicked gods, it is said that the goddess gifted Nemesis with the sword of the Creator. Nemesis used that sword to defeat the wicked gods, saving all of Vodland. Henceforth, he was dubbed the King of Liberation. However, his power began to corrupt him until he himself turned to the darkness. Saint Seiros was forced to destroy him. Lady Rhea, I beg you to reconsider. Given a little more time, we could more accurately assess this stranger's abilities.
No. I have faith, Seteth. Faith that our friend here will not be corrupted by wickedness. Since the death of Nemesis, none have been able to wield the sword of the Creator. Now, after all those long years of being sealed away, it has returned and found a new master.
I understand. As you wish, Lady Rhea. There you have it, Professor. See that you do not betray the trust the Archbishop has seen fit to bestow upon you.
The sword of the Creator? The King of Liberation? Each tale is more confusing than the last. And I really can't read that Rhea at all. That sword is clearly precious. So why is she so keen to gift the thing to you? I feel as though we have become entangled in a mystery. And there is one more thing that has been plaguing me. The sword of the Creator. It somehow feels distinct from other relics we have seen. Such as the one that... Oh goodness, what was her name? Yes, her! The sword of the Creator is different from her Thunderbrand in one key way. It bears a hole, where something should have been, but is no more. I despise not knowing what is going on. It frightens me. And yet, I place my trust in you. I must. Whatever comes to pass, please swear to cut a path that is your own.
Golden Deer Quad shows up there. I
Part
think,
1.
but I guess
White
Edelgard
Clouds.
doesn't?
Verdant Rain Moon.
Or maybe
Tower
I'm thinking
of
of a
Black
different
Winds.
section.
The ceaseless rains that satiate the verdant landscape of Vodland are accompanied by fierce winds and mighty roars of thunder. This abundance of rain, sparkling as it falls against beams of emerging sunlight, is a constant reminder to the people of Vodland that nature is ever wild and unpredictable. For when the rain finally does take pause, the clouds part and give way to a glorious rainbow.
Everything's gonna be so nice this next month too. I believe the blacksmith opens and saw his merchants open so we can actually do other things. Forge training weapons.
I have a new mission for you, Professor. I would like for you to take your students into Kingdom territory to eliminate some thieves.
They stole a hero's relic from House Gautier of the Holy Kingdom of Fargus, the Lance of Ruin. Their leader's name is Miklan. He is apparently a disowned son of House Gautier. I believe it had something to do with his lack of a crest. Such happenings are fairly common within the kingdom.
The Crestless cannot unleash the goddess's power even if they possess a relic. Nonetheless, they are still capable of simply wielding those weapons.
The hero's relics are immensely powerful weapons. We must meet this threat with adequate force. Unfortunately, most of the Knights of Seiros are away from the monastery, purging the apostates of the Western Church. So we are entrusting you with this mission. After all, you wield the Sword of the Creator, which is more than capable of opposing any relic.
The Sword of the Creator is a powerful weapon well beyond the other relics. You have nothing to fear. However, to ensure that no harm comes to the students, we will also send the monastery's most skilled individuals to aid you.
Skilled, quotation marks.
I must remind you that you are expected to conduct yourself in a manner befitting the wielder of that holy sword. Also, you should know that Professor Hanneman has been looking for you. That is all.
Professor, I heard about our mission for this month. A thief with a hero's relic is worrisome, but with you at our side, I'm certain we can handle him. After all, you have the Sword of the Creator. It was allegedly wielded by Nemesis, the King of Liberation. If the legends are true, you hold the power to stand against entire armies. A band of thieves should be nothing. Even the most elite Imperial forces or the Knights of Seiros could not hope to defeat you. I'm just marveling at the potential. Besides, your power does not lie solely in the Sword of the Creator. You are stronger and more terrifying than you realize. Professor, when we leave the monastery, will you still think of yourself as my teacher? Never mind. I'm being thoughtless with my words. For now, let's just focus on the problem at hand.
Good of you to come, Professor. I've heard much about you lately. Specifically, that you are able to awaken the Sword of the Creator's power. Thusly, it seems the true nature of your crest has been uncovered. I had, of course, seen your crest before. However, at first, I failed to recognize its true nature. Eventually, it dawned on me that what is visible is perhaps merely a small part of a greater whole. In other words, your crest is too significant to be detected when using normal instruments. After this discovery, I began researching crests that might fit that description, which allowed for a temporary hypothesis. However, I could not be certain. The crest my conclusions led me to was far too unusual. A crest thought to have disappeared from this world in the millennium since the fall of Nemesis, the King of Liberation. The crest of flames. That is what you possess. Your ability to wield the Sword of the Creator has unequivocally proven my hypothesis. A legendary power, dormant since time immemorial, and now resurrected. There can be no doubt that this ancient power resides within you.
Yeah, sure, let's do this before we quit.
It seems I am discovered. I suppose that means assassination is out of the question. At least for now. Merely keeping an eye on you, for the moment. Nothing to be concerned over. Unusually watchful. Difficult to steal upon in slumber. Perhaps an odorless, tasteless poison. Lady Edelgard certainly took interest in a difficult one this time. I suppose that question does warrant a response, considering it may mean your life. The answer requires me to explain some of the complex internal politics of the Empire. Are you familiar with Volkard von Arundel? He is Lady Edelgard's uncle. You may also know him as Lord Arundel, the Empire's regent. Many years ago, he took Her Majesty and fled to the Kingdom of Fargus. Then after a time, he returned to seize power. Joining forces with Prime Minister Iron, my father, Lord Arundel rendered Emperor Ionius IX politically impotent. Lady Edelgard is Ionius IX's daughter. I cannot begin to fathom the depth of her sadness at his betrayal. I see something of Lord Arundel in you. When I look at you, I feel I can almost see a second self lurking beneath the surface. It is as if you are in constant dialogue with something inside your heart. Something with desires very different from your own. Does that description feel familiar to you at all? Because to me, you seem unpredictable. As though you could turn traitor at any moment. The more I learn about you, the less I like. I had thought you might be of use to Lady Edelgard, but now I am beginning to think you may, through no fault of your own, present too great a risk. I hope you will prove me wrong, Professor. I would hate for this to come to bloodshed.
I'm sure you would, considering in a different timeline you got destroyed.
Thank you for your invitation. To what do I owe this surprise? Thank you. Oh, what fun. Huh? That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
Best performance venues, I'm sure, must be almost unique to her and Dorothea.
Oh. Who are you, really? Such a mystery. I don't really understand you. Tell me everything.
That was such a weird set of choices there. I really wasn't sure. Aside from that disagree was probably the wrong one.
Thanks for the treat. Come by the infirmary anytime you need anything. I'll be waiting, Professor.
No thanks. Yay! Finally got that charm played.
Save...
ghost, perhaps? No, that is surely not the case. What is that look upon your face? I am no ghost, if that is what was on your mind.
No. Who's there? Professor, what are you doing here? Oh? Perhaps I was talking in my sleep. Ah, so you heard me then. Yes, it was a nightmare. I've had them since I was a child. Stupid, pointless dreams I can't control. It's terribly frustrating. No, they're just worthless dreams of the past. Talking about it won't change a thing. I had a feeling you'd say that. I suppose I could try. But only if you swear not to tell a soul. I appreciate it. I dream of my older brother, paralyzed, helpless. My older sister crying for help that never came. The youngest babbling words beyond meaning. I see my family dying slowly, waiting in the darkest depths for a glimmer of light. I once had 10 siblings, 8 older and 2 younger. Such a large family, and yet I became the heir to the throne. Do you know why? Every last one of them was crippled by disease, or lost their mind, or died. I was the only one left who could inherit the throne.
This is sounding awfully familiar.
Things kept getting worse. The darkness kept getting darker. In the end, I was the only one who survived. The nightmares are a reminder to never forget, to never allow such terrible things to happen again. Even now, I'm the only one who can carry the weight of the Adrestian Empire. The future of the Empire, of everything, depends on me. I shared more than I intended to. I suppose there's something in the air tonight. I've never told anyone about my past before. Please, forget I said anything. Sleep well, my teacher.
Oh, that's super ominous. Hey. The only thing is the 2 that are available are ones I don't actually want that much. Although, Thief is worth 1 speed bump to my base modifier. I might go for that. Especially since I think the Thief has the terrain ignore. Although... how far along there? Yikes, how did we... We did a lot of fighting. How are we only 1/3 of the way through Myrmidon? Jeez. What I'm probably gonna do is certify for Thief, get the base increase, and then continue with Myrmidon until I can get speed +2, because that skill is really invaluable. But I'll have some time to think on it before Wednesday. What I really wanted to get into here was either of Cavalier or Archer, but we definitely don't have the proficiencies for either of those, which is not really good. That's gonna make it hard to get into Paladin as well. Oh well, we'll get it figured out. So, yeah, I guess I went quite a bit over again, but we made significant progress. And when we come back on Wednesday at 9 PM Pacific, we will... Well, I'll get the class stuff figured out, and then we'll do supports. And... I guess we'll have the 2 quest battles and the story battle to do. Hopefully we can fit that all in. Anyway, and then Friday we'll be back at 7 PM Pacific, and Sunday at 7 PM Pacific as well. All of that will be more Black Eagles. So yeah, thanks for watching everyone. Hope to see you Wednesday, and have yourselves a good night.